Chapter 1441 I'm going to drink until I throw up. The results were tallied up after the polls closed. Several mainstream media and some online media broadcasted the results in each state in real time in an apartment building in Capitol. Several men sat around the sofa as they stared at the votes on the TV. The beating numbers seemed to possess magical powers that froze time and words as they captured all their attention. At this moment, a man in a suit pushed open the door and walked in. Joseph Kennedy looked to the door, then asked immediately. "How is the situation?" "I just asked, the results of each state have came out, we won." When Joseph Kennedy heard those words, he didn't display any pride or excitement. Instead, he just looked at the map on the wall and said calmly. Each state has only 4 electoral votes, and traditionally, it's a democratic state. Winning in each state does not mean anything. The key is those swing states. Only by winning those swing states can we win this election. At this moment, Joseph Kennedy stared at the TV and suddenly looked ecstatic. Though that joy was quickly hidden behind his calmness, the corner of his lips turned up made it difficult to hide the emotions he felt at this moment. In less than half a minute, the results from IN state came in. Joseph Kennedy won the state by a mere 500 votes. Based on the Electoral College winner-takes-all system, all 11 electoral votes in the state went into his pocket. But it was not what excited him the most. Traditionally, IN state had always leaned toward the Republican Party, but now it had surrendered to the embrace of the Democratic Party. Although they only won by a slight margin, it was quite significant to turn a state blue among the red states on the map. Nice job. The people of IN state have embraced the deep blue. I guess the Republican will be very grateful for the Mr. Loudmouth they elected. Joel Neeson blew a whistle as he joked. At least we will thank him. Jim Magries smiled. Laughter echoed throughout the living room, and the room was full of joy. Although the outcome was not yet clear, everyone's clenched fists and frowning brows seemed to relax. God bless, fortunately, the people remained sane. Fortunately, the Democratic Party's credit had not been consumed. At this moment, the laughter in the room suddenly stopped. Joseph Kennedy's mood suddenly fell from cloud 9 as his face gradually turned gloomy. Just now, the host on TV broadcasted the results of MI state. With a 5% advantage, 11 electoral votes fell into that rogue pocket. The original advantage was reversed in an instant, and the previously uplifting atmosphere in the room turned into silence. It's okay, the outcome is still unclear. Joel Neeson put his hand on Kennedy's shoulder and comforted, the key to the victory or defeat is F state and O state. As long as we win those 2 swing states, victory is still ours. Joseph Kennedy took a deep breath and said slowly. I know. F state and O state had 27 and 20 electoral votes, respectively. MI state's 11 electoral votes were less than half of those in these 2 states. It was just that the failure of Missouri made him tense again. He was only one step away from the president's throne. Whether the hardships of the past year would come to fruition or become worthless was determined at this moment. His hands clenched again. His palms gradually turned sweaty. Ha ha ha. Good job. Ivanka, go and help Dad get the champagne from the fridge. My dear Mr. Bannon, the party has started early. We won 2 swing states. This is a great victory. Trump slammed his fist on the table as he laughed out excitedly. Ivanka rolled her eyes but still went to the kitchen. Just now, 3 swing states made their choices. Other than the wrong choice made by C state, 5 and 11 electoral votes from N state and MI state respectively went into his pocket. The results of the 2 swing states' ballots swept away the haze on his brows from the fact that IN state turned blue a few minutes ago. It's too early to celebrate the victory. When F state comes out, I will definitely have a drink with you. Steve Bannon pushed up his black-rimmed glasses, stared at the vote count on the TV, and said calmly. Steve Bannon, the former executive chairman of the far-right Breitbart News Network, was currently the director of the Trump campaign. Although Mr. Bannon didn't speak much in front of the public, he was the engine behind the Trump campaign. Standing next to him was Kellyanne Conway. As the only female member of the Trump campaign team, she was also the first female manager in the presidential campaign team in the history of the Republican Party. To a large extent, it was Ms. Conway who reversed the bad impression that Trump disrespected women among white women. And it was precisely because of her phrase that the voters are eager to have someone outside of the political circle challenge the existing power structure that prompted Trump to take the non-mainstream campaign approach. She was juxtaposed with Bannon as the two key members of the Trump campaign team. I agree with Mr. Bannon's point of view. It's a bit early to start the party. Kellyanne Conway agreed with Steve Bannon's point of view, but the joy between her eyebrows was the same as Trump's. The numbers shown on the TV proved that her work in the past few months had not been wasted. Whether it was for the promised bonus or for the promise of entering the top political circle in the country, this moment was worth celebrating. Republican Party, who had previously fallen behind, had caught up to the temporarily leading Democratic Party and even appeared to have overtaken. But it was still too early. The electoral votes of the remaining 3 swing states were enough to change everything and reshuffle the so-called advantages and disadvantages. Steve Bannon closed his eyes and prayed silently. His clenched palms were almost drenched with sweat. At this moment, presumptuous laughter filled the room again and broke the silence in the living room. "Ha, we won. We won. My dear Mr. Bannon. Just now, F State made a choice with its 27 electoral votes. And there was no need to say what those 27 electoral votes meant. The game was not over yet, but the winner was already decided. This time you have to drink with me. And Kellyanne too, you have to join us. Let us celebrate this great moment, we won." With his flushed, Trump unscrewed the cork and handed the bottle in his hand to Steve Bannon as he said with a voice trembling with excitement, "Let's toast to the UA." Steve Bannon opened his eyes and stared at the distinct red letters on the TV. He was silent for a long time. The circles under his eyes gradually turned red. He suddenly stood up and called out fumblingly. "How is champagne enough? Bring out the whiskey. I'm going to drink until I throw up." Oh, God, Virgin Mary, tell me this is not true. I bet that people all over the world are waiting to make fun of us. A man in a suit clasped his head emotionally in the lobby of the Javits Convention and Exhibition Center as he stood in front of the results. When the votes of the last state were released, the victory was a foregone conclusion. Although it had been determined a long time ago, many people still chose to believe that the results could change and everything would not be so bad. Thank you for choosing me, and I will lead this country to greatness again," Trump said loudly, uttering his signature gesture in front of his supporters. "I will deliver on my campaign promise. I promise to all of you again. Xi'an will be the first stop of my diplomatic visit after taking office. I will have a good talk with that man, in a man's way." The thunderous applause and deafening cheers reverberated inside the center. Under the star-spangled flag, there were enthusiastic and zealous faces, as if the great dream had been rekindled, as if everything had gone back to 40 years ago, back to that great era. Of course, not everyone was happy with this result. On the day after the election results were announced, an atmosphere of disappointment and anger shrouded the entire Silicon Valley. In many technology companies, the working atmosphere was extremely down and gloomy. Many people were depressed, with red and swollen eye sockets, especially some female employees. When they saw Joseph Kennedy deliver his concession speech on their mobile phones, many even shed tears. On the other side, on the streets of metropolitans in CA State, hundreds of people took to the streets for 2 consecutive nights to protest the election of Trump. They chanted, "He is not our president, we don't want racists," and threw cans or even stones at Trump supporters. In some areas, the protests even went out of control and turned into violent rioting and looting, as well as flag burning. The police had to arrest some radical protesters, and Hill, who had not yet transferred power, had to call on all parties to maintain rationality and calmness. In G State, a militia called Guardian assembled in the suburbs. Under the leadership of a 50-year-old white veteran, they began military training. The organization claimed that it would use bullets to defend the Constitution and suppress those traitors who attempt to divide the country. The election of Trump made CA State's left-leaning white population, black population, and Mexican population completely irrational. They went to the streets for 3 consecutive days to vent their dissatisfaction. Because Asians generally supported Trump, the Asian communities were the hardest-hit areas of riots and they suffered the most from riots and arsons. We lost. Yes, we lost. Why do I feel that you don't seem disappointed? After Loki hesitated for a moment, he said in a subtle way with a dissatisfied tone. No. I'm quite disappointed, but, I just don't know what to say. Everything happened so suddenly and we have prepared for so long, I can't resist any longer. After he finished his sentence, just as Loki began to speak, Jiang Chen quickly pressed the mute button on the holographic screen. He put his head on the table and his shoulders started to shake violently. Although he lost, for some reason, he just couldn't stop himself from laughing at this moment. Maybe this could be described as gloating. After he laughed for about half a minute and finally got it out of his system, Jiang Chen sat up straight again, cleared his throat, and pressed the button to turn on the microphone again. Ahem, sorry, the signal on my side was not so stable. What did you just say? I'm saying what are you going to do? Loki repeated it patiently. I haven't thought about it yet, you know, all this is too sudden, it's too sudden, as he said, too sudden, Weiss. Jiang Chen leaned back against the chair and tapped the armrest with his finger. After he deliberated for a moment, he adjusted his wording. To be honest, I don't know very much about Trump. But considering his campaign declaration, I am worried about the prospect of the UA joining the Earth Defense Alliance. Worried? Loki shook his head and smiled wryly. You don't need to worry, you can basically give up. He will never agree to join the Earth Defense Alliance, even nominally. This was what made Loki the most heartbroken. If the UA could not join the Earth Defense Alliance, it meant the next step of cooperation between the B-City Consortium and Celestial Trade could not move forward, and the investment of the First National Bank in the space industry would still be subject to policy restrictions. This kind of feeling was similar to seeing a giant cake in front of him and not being able to take a bite of it despite how hard he tried. This made Loki and other shareholders of the First National Bank feel suffocated. Then, dear Mr. Loki, for the sake of our friendship, I kindly remind you, Jiang Chen said softly, it doesn't matter if we lose, we are outsiders. However, as a citizen of the UA, and as someone who went all in on the loser. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, should you consider leaving a path for yourself? After a long silence, Loki spoke slowly. You are right, but I have to ask other partners for their opinions. Jiang Chen leaned back on the chair, then smiled. Better hurry up. Wall Street despised Trump. Many people had suffered heavy losses because Trump was elected. If Joseph Kennedy was elected and the UA joined the Earth Defense Alliance as expected, the UA space industry would undoubtedly usher in a period of rapid growth. But now, all this seemed like a distant dream. Even if Trump promised to increase the federal investment in the aerospace sector, no matter the size of the investment, would it compare to a space elevator with its doors open to the UA? The answer was obviously no. Ironically, it was the 2 Wall Street leaders who pushed this candidate hated by countless Wall Street investors to the throne of the president. On the second day of the election, when Joseph Kennedy made his concession speech, there was a private banquet held in a 5-star restaurant in the center of New York City. The size of the banquet was very small, with only 2 participants. One represented the Morgan family and the other represented Rockefeller. Cheers to our victory. Morgan raised his glass and smiled, and also for the coming Christmas. Huh, cheers. Rockefeller also smiled and raised his glass. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed on the wine table, and the two finished the red wine in their glass. The wine glasses returned to the table, and the two looked at each other, then burst into laughter simultaneously. The dining table was full of joyful atmosphere, which formed a sharp contrast with the gloomy clouds outside the window. For Nouveau York, for Wall Street, today was definitely the darkest day of 2020. But for the two around the table, the opposite was true. Trump's rise to power meant that the Iron Curtain over the Pacific Ocean was inevitable, and an arms race comparable to the Cold War era would ensue. It was almost foreseeable that in the next 4 years, military orders from the Department of Defense would double. The direct beneficiaries of all this were here. If it weren't for the fact that extravagant celebrations could result in a poor image, Morgan even planned to hold a grand banquet to celebrate this day. "Those old folks in B City are getting more and more out of line," Rockefeller said casually while he cut the steak with a knife and fork. "Yes." Morgan sighed, but his tone was quite relaxed. "We almost let them win." "What's your opinion?" "Do you still have to ask?" "My opinion is the same as yours." While he said this nonchalantly and seemed focused on cutting the steak with his knife, a hint of viciousness suddenly flashed across his dark green pupils. On a quiet night at a port on the west coast of South America, 2 cargo ships slowly stopped at the berths in the port. Under the cover of night, containers were unloaded one by one from the ships by the bridge cranes in the port, placed on the back of heavy trucks, and driven towards the military base about 5 kilometers from the port. On another smaller cargo, soldiers in kinetic skeletons stepped off the deck, boarded the long-waiting military trucks, and drove along with the convoy of heavy trucks to the Celestial Trade military base. Tumaca, a port town on the border of South Colombia and Ecuador, had a population of only 2,000 people. After the Colombian Civil War, the president of South Colombia Timoshenko signed the Trans-Regional Economic Development Zone Agreement with Celestial Trade. The 740 square kilometers of land from Tumaca to the Ecuadorian border was allocated to Celestial Trade as a special economic zone. Based on the content of the agreement, under the premise of abiding by the Colombian Constitution, Celestial Trade possessed a certain degree of autonomy, including setting tariffs and dispatching troops. On the other hand, Celestial Trade promised to increase the GDP of this special economic zone in South Colombia to 50 billion XIN new dollars within 10 years and maintain a growth rate of 5% within 50 years. At the same time, Celestial Trade used the space elevator as a bargaining chip to rent 260 square kilometers of land from Ecuador to get a whole number. However, the land was not made available to Celestial Trade yet. The Ecuadorian government stated that the special zone agreement would be signed after the second phase of the space elevator begins. Just like when the new Malaysia Special District was established. The creation of a special economic zone in the border area would benefit both countries so that neither party would be able to leave Celestial Trade. This move would not only strengthen the regional influence of Celestial Trade but also reap direct economic benefit. Jiang Chen had also set up one on the border between Moro and Country F earlier, which also yielded favorable results. With the completion of the port at the special zone, batches of Celestial Trade Army also began to land in South Colombia. In less than a month, more than 10,000 Celestial soldiers had arrived in South America and were stationed in the military base located in Tumaca. Among them, 7,000 were part of the Celestial Foreign Corps. Most of the soldiers came from Moro, Madagascar, Ukraine, Central Africa. The other 3,000 were made up of the Celestial Army. Their weapons and equipment represented the highest technological capability of future military. Their weapons also represented the highest technological capability of the world. It was not only Celestial Trade soldiers who patrolled the port, but also soldiers in South Colombia uniforms. While Celestial Trade was stationed in South Colombia, it also took over 4,000 South Colombian recruits. It was a special request made by President Timoshenko of South Colombia to Jiang Chen during the negotiation of the special zone. In consideration of improving the combat effectiveness of his allies, Jiang Chen readily accepted this proposal. These recruits would be familiarized with the Scythe drone, S1 kinetic skeleton, and all future military equipment exhibited in the defense exhibition under the training of celestial trade commanders and virtual reality system. In the commander's office of the military base, Kai Dai sat in front of his desk as he frowned at the list in his hand. 200 NS-90s. What are they? Why haven't I heard of them? It's normal that you haven't heard about it, said the man standing in front of his desk with a shaved head. This is a land-based robot newly developed by future military. The confidentiality level was reduced from S to B yesterday, and it was officially armed into the army. Kai Dai looked surprised. He had heard a long time ago that future military was working on an AI robot soldier that could replace flesh and blood at an affordable cost, but he didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. Is there going to be a war? Kai Dai said seriously. You can say that, the man nodded. The international situation is unpredictable, and the message from above is not yet clear, but the preparation has started. You are the front line, and you must be prepared no matter whether there is a war or not. You should understand what I mean. After he put the arms list with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of weapons into the drawer, Kai Dai looked at the man in front of his desk and nodded seriously. I understand. Great, the man nodded. Now I can report back to New Moon Island. The chaos caused by the election lasted for 5 full days. Until Christmas was approaching, the vengeance and hate in people's hearts finally started to dissipate as they stopped the meaningless struggles and attacks on dissidents. It turned out that time could repair any cracks. The G-State militia announced its dissolution, although the leader of the militia had repeatedly stated that they will regroup under the flag at any time if necessary. Those demonstrators who were clamoring for the establishment of the California Republic also dispersed one after another and began to return to their daily routine. All impulses turned into nothing in the end. After all, life had to continue no matter what, even if they were unwilling. They could not change the fact that the person was elected. But just when everyone thought it was over, the aftermath of this farce did not stop. On Christmas Eve, Wall Street gave a big gift to Trump. The dollar index plunged 2% upon opening, the Dow Jones Index led the global stock markets down, and everything seemed to be foretelling the economic crisis that would occur a few months later. Early in the morning, Jiang Chen came to the dining room after he washed up. Except for Natasha, who slept too late and couldn't get up, Xia Shiyu and Aisha almost finished breakfast. Aisha took her plate, got up, and walked to the kitchen. Just as she walked to the entrance, she tiptoed and kissed Jiang Chen's cheek. As he recollected the softness, Jiang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. Have you read the news? Xia Shiyu started a conversation while she wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. I haven't read it yet. Is there anything interesting? With a yawn, Jiang Chen picked up today's Wall Street Journal from the side, glanced at the headline printed on the cover, and started to chuckle. The Dow Jones Index plunged, Nasdaq collapsed. When did Wall Street start to become so unstable? The aerospace sector was completely annihilated. It seemed that even the UA knew what failure to join the Earth Defense Alliance meant. Are you going to send those astronauts back? Xia Shiyu asked casually. Why not? Are we keeping them for Chinese New Year? Jiang Chen said. Speaking of it, why do I feel that you are not surprised by the fact that Trump was elected? We threw a lot of chips on Joseph Kennedy. Xia Shiyu grinned as she looked at Jiang Chen's unsound appearance, then she said jokingly, I thought you would be more disappointed. Disappointed? As if he had heard something funny, Jiang Chen laughed, turned the page of the newspaper, and said in a relaxed state, how can it be me who's disappointed? No matter who is elected, I have done all the preparations. Chapter 1444 Typhoon Banyan. At noon, a layer of dense black clouds covered the originally vast blue sky above Penglai. The air felt damp and dry, and even the sound of the sea tides was mixed with a bit of hoarseness. The pedestrians quickened their steps to the subway as they hoped they could return to their home or the hotel they stayed at before the storm arrived. The majestic Penglai stood tall upon the ebb and flow of the tide, just like the mythical island that shared its name, the city was like a fairy mountain floating on the ocean. As the crystallization of the best technology in the world, the combination of the greatest achievements of architecture and material science, this city that floated in the vast ocean was undoubtedly the brightest pearl on the Pacific Ocean. More than 3 million tourists were active in this futuristic city, and the permanent population was more than 3 times that number. With a pair of AR glasses, the distance from the virtual world would be infinitely close to zero inside this city. People were fascinated by the freshness brought by the next era and admired the technology of Future Group. Whether it was the countless holographic screens or the drones that constantly flowed above the city, every detail of this city was so captivating. Cordis, look over there, it's amazing, how did they come up with the idea to use these gadgets to deliver packages? God, are they not afraid of things falling down and hitting people? A female tourist from Sweden yelled out as she pointed at the series of drones that passed through the tall buildings. While she had seen the scene on the news before, the astonishment she experienced with her own eyes was far greater than the images on TV. In the years when Freemasonry was in confrontation with Future Group, few products passed EU's product quality and safety law, let alone courier drones. Many Europeans didn't realize the seriousness of the disconnection between their country and the times until they had been to Xi'an or the surrounding countries. Built by future heavy industries. Those who can work there are monsters. I wouldn't be surprised by anything they design. Damn, the weather is so hot, babe, should we go back to the hotel soon? It looks like it's going to be a heavy rainstorm. The man with curly hair looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said lethargically. The weather forecast yesterday said it was sunny, but this clearly did not look sunny. At this moment, the holographic screens around the street suddenly changed. The news anchor in a suit and tie reported. Reporting on an updated weather forecast. Typhoon Banyan has passed through the Mariana Islands 10 minutes ago and is expected to travel northwest along the Pacific Rim's volcanic belt in the next 10 days, passing through the Philippine Sea, and reaching the Dong Sha Islands. According to the latest information from the Xi'an Meteorological Bureau, Banyan's central pressure index is expected to exceed 10 million pascal, and the maximum wind speed near the center is expected to be 35 meters per second, which can be categorized as a Category 5 typhoon. The route originally scheduled for December 25 is temporarily cancelled. Penglai will move along the original route to the northern waters of Koro Island. The Xi'an Meteorological Bureau is reminding citizens and tourists to minimize marine sports in the near future to avoid potential accidents. After the anchor spoke in the official language Mandarin, he repeated it in different languages. About 5 minutes later, the interrupted weather forecast was finally over, the holographic screens in the streets and alleys returned to normal, and the temporarily suspended programs continued to be shown. However, Cordis and his girlfriend stood there in a daze as they listened to the discussions around them. Oh, damn, our Christmas may have to be spent in the rain. Typhoon? How did a typhoon suddenly appear? I don't know. Maybe someone from the Meteorology Bureau has misread the satellite cloud pictures. It's not like it has never happened before. What surprised Cordis was not the typhoon, but the attitude of the people living here. Even with a typhoon approaching, the way they spoke about the typhoon sounded like they were just discussing ordinary, bad weather. So nonchalant. This is a typhoon. Although Cordis had never seen a typhoon in person, he could still feel the horrifying power of the typhoon based on the news. However, the people on the streets only sped up to avoid the potential heavy rain. They did not have more reactions and did not panic at all. Cordis did not understand, all the tourists who came to Penglai did not understand. For people that lived here for a long time, breaking news weather forecasts were common. As for typhoon and hurricane warnings, they were nothing new. There was nothing to worry about at all. Even if the typhoon was moving in their direction, it was as simple as making a turn for Penglai. The only pity part was that with only a dozen hours left before Christmas, they would have to spend it in the downpouring rain. 100 nautical miles from the Mariana Islands, a cruise ship undulated in the rough sea. The flag hung on the mast was blown loudly by the gusting wind, and the people on the deck grasped tightly on the railing, for fear that they could be blown away at any moment. Zhang Yaping looked at the lightning in the distance dumbfoundedly. As his attention slipped for a second, his mouth was filled with heavy wind. He lowered his head and patted his chest for a while before he finally got his composure back and squeezed a sentence from the slits between his teeth. The person who designed this weapon must be crazy. It was the closest location to the edge of the typhoon and the closest location this cruise ship could approach. Although the wind was strong, it was generally safe. If they were a few nautical miles further in, the deck would be unsafe. Zhang Yaping was forcibly dragged here from his presidential palace by Jiang Chen. At first, Zhang Yaping was curious about this trip, but now the only thought in his head was to get out of this place. Crazy? Huh, perhaps. But it is said that this thing was designed to avoid economic losses caused by natural disasters. The howling wind blew up the hair on his forehead. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as he focused on the plaster-like milky white air mass at the horizon. He raised his voice and shouted, and we just amplified, and then amplified its function. And with proper guidance, natural disasters can appear in specific areas, and it will become a weapon. It said that. Zhang Yaping tightly grabbed onto the railing with both of his hands as he looked at Jiang Chen unexpectedly. It is said. Didn't you make this thing? That's right, Jiang Chen nodded in the strong wind, and even though it was not easy to do so, he still squeezed a smile from his stiffened face. It is said. In fact, including the Holy Shield system, many dark technologies before 2150 were designed with good intentions. It was not until the economic crisis that hit the world that they gradually deteriorated under the influence of some ambitious schemers. What I want to ask is how far can this thing affect? Zhang Yaping laboriously spoke against the howling wind. Don't tell me that we have to create this giant thing in front of our door every time and then push it out. Of course not. Jiang Chen laughed. Every inch of land, ocean, and glacier shrouded by the atmosphere is under the interference of our weather forecast. As long as I want, I can create a sandstorm in the Sahara Desert on the other side of the earth. The only question is how much energy is needed. This is simply, Zhang Yaping swallowed down the dry lump in his throat, what only God can do. You want to say this, right? Jiang Chen laughed and patted Zhang Yaping on the shoulder. Let's go, I've seen enough. It's time to go back. Yesterday, Typhoon Banyan passed through the Mariana Islands and headed northwest towards the Philippine Sea. Affected by the typhoon, the 80 UA Navy ships docked at the Guam military base were forced to temporarily relocate. Scholars affiliated with the World Meteorological Organization have yet to provide an official explanation to the reason Typhoon Banyan formed. Some scholars claim that the reason why a typhoon of this scale formed in December may be due to global warming. International organizations have dispatched rescue teams to Country F and Malaysia for emergency response. It remains to be seen what kind of impact Banyan will have on the Asia-Pacific region. Next, a professor from the University of Columbia. The morning news played on the TV while a simple and nutritious breakfast was placed on the table. However, Timoshenko, who was in front of the table, was focused on neither. He stared at the map on the wall. To be precise, he was looking at the dotted line on the map. The dotted line that divided the country into two. If Joseph Kennedy was elected and the UA joined the Earth Defense Alliance in anticipation, the relationship between the two countries was bound to be in a honeymoon period for a long time, and it was unlikely that Celestial would support him in continuing this war. In the worst case, Colombia could even become the second Korean peninsula. The two countries shared the same heritage, same tradition, the same language, but because they were caught between two superpowers, they were forced to be divided into two countries. He had no hope at all. But fortunately, Trump won. To be honest, he was relieved when he saw the results of the election. In addition, Celestial Trade had been amassing troops in South Colombia recently, which made him see the dawn of an unified Colombia. During this period, his subordinates had been advising him to seize this opportunity to create a border incident and tear up the armistice agreement. It was just that celestial trade had been silent, which made him hesitant on making the decision. Celestial trade could accept the consequence of Colombia turning out of control, but he could not bear the consequence of being abandoned by celestial trade. Push back everything on my schedule for the day. If you can't push it, get Antonio to go for me. The breakfast on the table was barely touched as Timoshenko pushed back the chair and stood up. Then he looked at the assistant beside him. Arrange a flight for me. I'm going to Xi'an. Is it too rushed? The assistant hesitated. It will take at least 3 working days to submit an application for a state visit to the Xi'an embassy through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Apply directly to Celestial Trade. They will arrange it for us. Timoshenko interrupted his assistant, paused, then continued, if I didn't overthink, Jiang Chen should also want to see me now. I heard that there was a typhoon there. You have to be careful not to be blown away. The typhoon is at the Mariana Islands. It's far away from me. It will at most rain a few times. On the phone, Jiang Chen listened to Lu Yao's playful words and laughed. Have you been busy lately? Not as busy as you, Lu Yao pouted, and with a hint of complaint in her tone, humph, men are all the same. You all like the next one. After you got those 2 little lovers in Nippon, you completely forgot about me. How come? Jiang Chen was confused as he tried to defend himself. Were you not filming when I went to Nippon last time? So, I didn't invite you. The way she got jealous was a bit strange. She was not jealous of Aisha or Xia Xiyu, instead, she was jealous of Qian Xia and Officer Kuai. Really? Lu Yao asked suspiciously. Yes. Hee, then I can rest assured. Wherever you go next time, remember to bring me. Promise. Jiang Chen had to admit that Lu Yao was the most sophisticated in the art of being jealous. She could satisfy Jiang Chen's vanity while also ensuring he was not tired or annoyed. This was also what Jiang Chen was most satisfied with. It was also why Lu Yao could go from a little-known actress to a star in Asia. From her background, who else could compete with her? The phone call with Lu Yao was Jiang Chen's quick moment of relaxation. After a few more words, Jiang Chen hung up and picked up the document again. This document was the outline of the meeting in the afternoon. He had to review it before the meeting. In the past few days, Jiang Chen had been busy with Celestial Trade's deployment. The senior officers of the Navy, Army, and Air Force on New Moon Island had held more than a dozen meetings. The meetings included the expansion of the military, raising the military budget, formulating combat plans for possible partial or even full-scale wars. It was precisely because of this that Timoshenko did indeed overthink. Jiang Chen had no plans to see him at all. South Colombia was a very critical component in the strategic plan of Celestial Trade in South America. However, the so-called critical component was only from geographical factors. It would be better to count on Moro soldiers than South Colombia soldiers in a war. Of course, since he was already here, Jiang Chen had to see him to ensure that they maintained a good relationship. After Jiang Chen received the call from the embassy, he thought about it for a moment, then called Ivan to cancel the afternoon meeting. In the meeting room of the future building, Jiang Chen met Timoshenko, the warlord who disturbed the calmness of South America. Strictly speaking, it was the 3rd time the two had met. The first time was when the Colombian Civil War just broke out, and the second time was at the Coro City International Defense Exhibition. Every time Jiang Chen saw this old warlord, he noticed that there were more white hairs around his ears. After a simple greeting, Jiang Chen invited Timoshenko to sit down. The receptionist that stood on the side poured tea for the two, then respectfully exited the room. How do you like those pilots? After he touched the teacup with his finger to test the temperature, Jiang Chen retracted his right hand, looked at Timoshenko, and smiled. I mean the ones produced by Future Heavy Industries. Very easy to use. Your technical prowess is impressive. After a pause, Timoshenko continued, but you know, I'm not here today to discuss this. In the Colombian Civil War, Russia was the second biggest winner after celestial trade. After Timoshenko got the loan from Future Bank, the first thing he did was spend money, buy equipment, and arm his second-tier army. Arms orders of more than $3 billion had helped Russian military companies reduce a lot of accumulated inventory. For example, Timoshenko bought an entire squadron of MiG-29s. As for the pilots, they were naturally the Matador electronic pilots bought from the defense exhibition. "I know what you want to discuss," Jiang Chen said softly while he looked back at Timoshenko. "My suggestion is to wait patiently." "How long shall we wait?" Timoshenko quickly responded, "Our people long for unity. I can't give you a specific time, but if you have paid attention to our actions, it should not be difficult to see that we have already begun to make preparations for this," Jiang Chen said. "We also hope that Colombia can be restored to unity. After all, a unified Colombia is more in line with the interests of celestial trade in South America. On this point, our position is the same." When Jiang Chen saw the anxiety in Timoshenko's eyes, he paused for a moment, and his tone carried a hint of warning. "In addition, Mr. Timoshenko, I have to remind you that during this period of time, please restrain your subordinates and exercise caution. Regardless of whether there will be unpleasant wars in the future, you must ensure at this time that you remain calm. The last time you arrogantly advocated an early revolution and disrupted our plan. I don't want to hold you accountable, but I hope that was the last time." Trump would visit Xi'an after taking office. Even though he did not have many expectations for the diplomatic visit, Jiang Chen still planned to make the next decision after his meeting with the new president. As Harmony's space colonization ship approached, if he could avoid unnecessary internal friction, he would do anything possible to ensure no conflicts happened. However, if this president who pursued the concept of UA first was really as tough as he promised in his campaign speech, Jiang Chen could only say that celestial trade would never make a compromise. However, plans always change. While he was preparing for war, while he waited for the transfer of power to happen in North America, the Colombian people posed a difficult problem for him. It was not just South Colombia that saw the dawn of unification. Trump's rise into power also gave the president of North Colombia, Vargas, hope. 6 months ago, the former Colombian president was assassinated. As the vice president, he stepped into power and took control of the military and political power of North Colombia with the assistance of NATO. Even though the civil war was unsuccessful from the very start, he always believed that the failure of the war was not because of NATO's inability to defeat celestial trade, but the weak Hill government that led the war. Although celestial trade is slightly superior in military technology, war has never been a simple competition of science and technology. In addition to scientific and technological factors, many other factors determine the outcome of war, including industrial strength, economic strength, and diplomatic strength. I believe I don't need to explain these further. You all should understand. At the highest meeting of the Colombian Military Commission, Vargas knocked his fist on the table and said loudly, "Although North Colombia was incomparable to celestial trade from all factors, celestial trade could not compete with the giant war machine known as NATO in any of the factors mentioned before. The advantage of celestial trade was based on small-scale wars. If the war escalated, Xi'an would definitely be dragged into the Colombia battlefield that was enough to swallow it in the mess. The left-leaning Democratic Party could not make a decisive decision against celestial trade, but the right-wing Republican Party was different, even for an ultra-conservative like Trump. Once a total war broke out, the outcome for that damned yellow-skinned monkey would be sent to the gallows by the UA soldiers. Just like the fate of Saddam. The outcome of a small-scale war cannot explain any problems. As long as the battlefield expands beyond Colombia, NATO will squeeze celestial trade to death like an ant." Vargas' passionate speech ended, but the entire conference room was silent. The silence lasted for about 3 seconds before applause filled the room. The applause gradually ceased. The key of the problem is, will the UA really escalate the war against celestial trade for us? After the general of North Colombia heard President Vargas's speech, he said hesitantly, if the war escalates, even if NATO eventually wins, the price paid will not be small. Until last week, I was thinking about the same question. One corner of Vargas' mouth was turned up as he continued, but just the day before yesterday, Wall Street gave us a gift. There were small chatters around the table as the members present looked at each other in confusion. The discussion was focused on celestial trade and NATO a second ago. How did the topic suddenly change to Wall Street? Just 2 days ago, our Columbia Unity Foundation received $2 billion in donations, and on the list of donation signatures, the names of Morgan, Rockefeller, Martin, and Bush appeared. On the table, the excitement in his tone could not be concealed. Vargas glanced around at the military committee members present. Comrades, think about it, what does this mean? It means that Wall Street, which represents the elites of North America, is already on our side. North America's military-industrial complex is already on our side. Only then did the expressions on everyone's face begin to change. Military-industrial complex. Many people were still unconvinced when they heard the name Wall Street. But when they heard the military-industrial complex, almost everyone looked joyful. A huge interest group composed of the military-industrial enterprises, and some members of Congress. It was one of the most powerful political forces in North America that contracted almost 90% of the UA foreign wars from the 1950s to the present. After the fall of Goldman Sachs, who didn't know who the arms giant in North America was? This list gave everyone hope that they could reclaim their lost territory. The opinions of Wall Street cannot represent the opinions of the UA government, but this list of donations can be used as a reference. The Supreme Commander of North Colombia said solemnly, to be on the safe side, we can create some border tensions to test the reactions of South Colombia, celestial trade, and the UA. Let's execute your plan. Vargas said. On December 26, the atmosphere of Christmas had yet to completely fade, and the snowy streets at town of Caucasia in the north of Antioquia were still filled with the fragrance of roast turkey and turin. Evergreen trees, red ribbons, and big bells decorated the streets. Children laughed and chased each other around the snowman, and adults walked together in groups as they chatted and laughed. The tavern on the corner of the street was like a stove that turned people's passion for winter into the fragrance of malt beer. Although due to the war, this year's Christmas atmosphere was slightly more depressing compared to usual, people's wish for tomorrow remained unchanged. Everyone believed that tomorrow would be better. North and South Colombia would eventually reach unification again, the outposts and border posts outside the town would be removed, and the villagers who worked in Montreal could return home for Christmas next year. At this time, I should be drinking beer by a warm fireplace instead of standing guard in this *TTY place. The soldier in a thick snowsuit and carried an AK-47 rifle squatted by the fire. He loosened the collar stuck to this neck, then looked at the forests not far away. Seriously, even soldiers need a vacation. Let's talk about something happy. Maybe the war will end next year. That is a good joke. With a bit of sorrow in his laughter, the captain used a branch and fiddled with the fire. The soldier who had spoken before became silent. At that moment, the sound of a car engine was heard not far away. There is some noise. The captain tossed the branch into the fire, stood up from the ground with his rifle. Carlos, go outside and have a look. Okay. Carlos patted down the snow on his lap, then gestured to the soldier on top of the sentry tower as he walked out of the topside with his rifle. He stopped in the middle of the road and raised his right hand at the van that came from North Colombia. The van came to a halt slowly, the door opened, and a man wearing a thick leather jacket and a knitted hat on his head got out of the van. You're entering South Colombia, show me your ID, Carlos said. The man didn't speak and just put his hand in his pocket. However, what he took out was not some sort of ID but a pistol. Pew pew. 2 unsuspected gunshots ignited the gun battle outside the post. Carlos was shot in the chest. He collapsed in the snow as his limbs gradually lost consciousness. He saw masked soldiers get out of the van in his dying consciousness, then army boots stepped past him. After a brief exchange of fire, they quickly rushed into the border post. The gunshots seemed to dissipate, along with his consciousness. About 10 minutes later, the townspeople of Caucasia were surprised to see smoke from the outpost. When the border guards stationed nearby arrived, all the people who attacked the outpost had left. The only thing they left was an outpost raging in fire, a wall full of bullet marks, and a South Colombia flag that was half burned. On the day of the incident, President Timoshenko of South Colombia happened to be in Koro City for a state visit. There was an accident at the border. Jiang Chen looked at Timoshenko, smirked, then tossed the paper on the table, though I guess you already knew about it. The headline of the newspaper was exactly the tragedy that happened on the border between North and South Colombia. The spokespersons of both sides immediately came out with statements that accused the other side of causing the attack, which made the situation even more confusing. To be honest, Jiang Chen thought Timoshenko self-directed and acted out this incident. After all, he really couldn't believe that North Colombia dared to tear up the ceasefire agreement after the brutal defeat. However, Timoshenko's performance was too realistic. The pupils gleaming with anger, the tightly clenched fists, all made it look like it was real. These scumbags. Shameful liars. They tore up the ceasefire agreement. He cursed in Spanish, which Jiang Chen couldn't understand. Like an angry bull, Timoshenko grinded his teeth. Although he cursed, he and his men had planned yesterday whether they should create an incident on the border as an excuse to tear up the ceasefire agreement. But coincidentally, North Colombia also shared the same thought, and was the first to act, and even accused North Colombia that this attack was self-directed and self-acted. Regardless of how Timoshenko acted, Jiang Chen opened the flashing watch, leaned back against the chair, and answered the call. The call was from Aisha. As soon as she received the news, ghost agents stationed in South America rushed to the scene of the incident. Through investigation, it was preliminarily determined that the attackers were the original Colombian Navy Special Force. This special force and the FARC led by Timoshenko were old enemies. When South Colombia was not called South Colombia, and the FARC were still guerrillas fighting in the Andes, this special force were Colombia's main counterinsurgency and anti-drug force. Many FARC executives died in the hands of this special force. I see. Jiang Chen nodded, hung up the phone, then focused his attention back on Timoshenko. The North Colombia Navy Special Force attacked the border post. You should be familiar with this name. I'll remember them even if they turn to ashes, Timoshenko said with a gloomy expression. I'll lend you my aerospace G-100, and you will return home this afternoon. After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, I know what you are thinking, but I still maintain what I said before. Keep calm before the opportunity comes. They are literally in our face, and you're telling me to keep calm? The people are waiting to see my reaction. Tell me, how can I keep calm? Timoshenko said angrily. I'll allow you to retaliate against them appropriately, but no matter what, you must remember that maintaining the ceasefire agreement is our bottom line. Before getting my permission, if you tear up the ceasefire agreement without authorization, you will bear the consequences yourself. Jiang Chen stared into Timoshenko's eyes and said in an irrefutable tone. The silence lasted for about a minute, and Timoshenko's finally nodded reluctantly. Okay. In the afternoon, the silver aerospace G-100, propelled by a ray of blue light, disappeared above the clouds. Jiang Chen lent his plane to Timoshenko so that he could return home as soon as possible and stabilize the situation in South Colombia. The 6 soldiers at the border post were killed, and the walls were sprayed with insulting graffiti. The pro-war faction in South Colombia was enraged by the humiliating action. Even the pro-peace supporters that originally supported the maintenance of the status quo were silent on this issue as they planned to change their status. This accident made everyone feel angry, and the anger was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. It was impossible to do nothing. After Timoshenko returned home with Jiang Chen's permission for limited retaliation, he immediately convened the Supreme Military Commission of South Colombia to formulate a retaliation. It was too low-level to carry out the same attack on the border, and North Colombia was definitely prepared at this moment. If it was not carefully planned, the attack could be detected, and it would be difficult to explain. Timoshenko chose another angle and sent more than 200 well-trained guerrillas across the border. All electricity, water, and communication facilities were included in the targets of the attack. During a period, there were frequent fires at the North Colombia power plants, power failures occurred in the entire city, and civil communications were interrupted from time to time. These incidents had created headaches for the North Colombia authorities for a while. They had to seek help from the CIB to curtail the harassment of these guerrillas. Of course, this alone was not enough. In order to calm the anger of the pro-war faction and to prevent internal injuries caused by pent-up anger, on the morning of December 30th, there was a sudden explosion in a military camp on the outskirts of Monteria, North Colombia. A total of 6 soldiers died on the spot, 2 were seriously injured, and 17 soldiers were slightly injured. North Colombia declared a national state of emergency, and at the same time condemned South Colombia's attack as an act of terrorism and threatened to not rule out the use of military means to respond to this attack. Just when North and South Colombia condemned each other as the side that provoked, NATO suddenly took a new stance. At the NATO foreign ministers' meeting held in Brussels, the capital of Belgium, the NATO Secretary-General revealed a piece of breaking news in his speech: NATO would send 4 more modern divisions to South Colombia within a year to stabilize the turbulent situation in South America. Bernice traced a donation, and there are many interesting names on the donation list. Inside the office of the mansion, Aisha reported to Jiang Chen. "The recipient is?" Jiang Chen asked. The Colombia Unification Foundation is a fund specially established by the North Colombian government to facilitate the receipt of financial assistance from National Endowment for Democracy and purchase of arms from North American arms dealers through legal channels. Aisha gently placed a list on the desk, then said, "There are quite a few names are on it." After he looked at some of the incredible surnames on the list, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "If we publish the list, it doesn't make much sense. This list seems to be semi-public." Aisha shook her head and said, "And there is no direct evidence to prove that this donation is directly related to the incident that occurred on the border." "I see." His finger lightly tapped on the armrest as he cast his gaze outside of the window. He said thoughtfully, "Is there any news from North America?" "One more thing," Aisha nodded. The day before the NATO foreign ministers' meeting, a high-level military meeting was also held in the capital. We are unsure about the agenda of the meeting, but it is believed that the topics of the meeting are related to the defense budget. Chapter 1448 New Year. On New Year's Day 2021, history flipped to a new page. To the surprise of the World Meteorological Organization, Typhoon Banyan did not make its way on shore. Instead, it disintegrated abnormally after it arrived at Dongsha Islands, which made residents in Southeast Asia and Hua relieved. At the same time, the abnormal snowfall that occurred in northern South America and Central America this year also surprised the international meteorological community. The abnormal weather around the world seemed to be an indication that the international situation this year could be more uncertain than last year. On New Year's Day, Jiang Chen and Xia Xiyu went back to their parents' house and stayed for 2 days. Because they were from the same hometown, and since they were neighbors after they moved here, the 2 families were very close. Papa Jiang and Papa Xia often fished together and competed in fishing once in a while. As for the marine fish that they catch every time, the 2 elders obviously couldn't finish them all. In the end, they either ended in Jiang Chen's stomach or were sent to the apocalypse. Even if work was busy, Jiang Chen would always spend a few days every month at home to have a few meals and chat. Although he could let his parents live a prosperous life, there were some things that could not be replaced by wealth. "Chen, Mom knows that you are busy with work now. but you're not young anymore. You should get married soon. I think old Xia's daughter is pretty good, why don't you consider her? Mama Jiang was making dumplings in the kitchen as she nagged Jiang Chen about his marriage. From the year before till now, there was no news at all, and his parents started to get a little worried. Mom, don't worry, marriage will come sooner or later. It's just that I'm still too busy at work now, it's not the right time. What's not the right time? Mama Jiang glared at Jiang Chen, and pressed the wrapped dumplings on the board. I'm not asking you to bring up the child, you just need to give birth. With a helpless expression on his face, Jiang Chen was speechless for a while as he chopped up dumpling fillings with a kitchen knife. Every time he came home, his mother would touch on this problem that he didn't want to face at this stage. He didn't want to wrong any of the relationships he maintained, but if he married them all, he didn't know how to make his parents accept this reality. Maybe time could solve this problem. Of course, perhaps it was his wishful thinking. Finally, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and quickly changed the subject. By the way, did you drink the health supplements I sent you on time? Those so-called health supplements were life-prolonging drugs that extend DNA telomeres. In order to prevent changes from being too abrupt, each tube was mixed and diluted with other bodybuilding medicines and had to be taken every day. The reason for saying they were health supplements was the same reason as to why he was not willing to confess about Aisha and Natasha. He was purely worried that the two elders would not be able to accept it. We've been drinking it every day on time. Your parents' health is very good, so don't worry about it. Also, in the future, don't buy these health supplements. Even if you have money, don't waste it. Have you not heard? All health supplements are made to fool people. While they chatted about the health supplements, Mama Jiang scolded Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen listened tentatively, but he was laughing in his mind. The so-called health supplements were not only unavailable in the market, but if they were sold, countless people would cry and beg to buy them. By the way, at the end of the month, your dad and I are going to go back to our hometown. Will you go with us? We haven't been back for a long time. I heard that our home has changed quite a bit. I won't go back. Jiang Chen smiled and said, you guys have fun over there. At night, the family ate dumplings together. Jiang Chen waited until the bell rang on New Year's Day before he went back to the room upstairs to sleep. It was the first time he slept alone for a while, and he slept particularly peacefully. Early in the morning of the next day, Jiang Chen got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. After he greeted his parents, he left the house and drove to the Koro International Airport. With flights between the Mars colony and Celestial City commencing at the end of last year, the first passenger ship from Mars to Earth had arrived at the port of Celestial City. The ship not only brought the few astronauts from the UA stranded in the colony, but as well as the 200 researchers that inoculated the flowers of memory. Soon after Jiang Chen arrived at the airport, he received a call from Kelvin as soon as he got on the aerospace G-100. The researchers inoculated with the flowers of memory have arrived in Celestial City. They are now temporarily placed in the Special Project Research Institute of the Space Department and await your next instructions. I will arrive in Celestial City soon. Jiang Chen checked the time on his watch, at about 12 o'clock. I'll wait for you at the airport. No need, just wait for me at the Special Projects Institute. After he hung up, he gestured to the flight attendants and indicated that they could depart. Propelled by a trail of blue tail flame, the aerospace G-100 accelerated through the atmosphere and finally reached the synchronous orbit. Today's synchronous orbit was much more crowded than when the space elevator first started construction. The aerospace G-100 passed through the satellites floating around Celestial City, as well as the functional units and small space stations connected by various pipelines. The engine behind the aerospace G-100 gleamed with a faint light and slowly moved towards the port. The hatch door that covered an area of 1,000 square meters slowly opened to make way for the aerospace G-100's vertical landing. This newly built spaceport looked quite empty. After all, only a few aerospace G-100s were manufactured, and they were difficult to buy even with money. Naturally, there were only a handful of people who experienced this new spaceport. Jiang Chen arrived at the Special Projects Institute of the Space Department by train, then met Kelvin and Dr. Amos. Compared to the time when Dr. Amos left Celestial City half a year ago, he had lost a lot of weight. It was rumored that it took a lot of effort to overcome the cognitive barrier for food. For a long time, he had to drink liquid food to maintain his daily energy consumption. "How do you feel?" Jiang Chen asked. "Not bad," Amos shrugged. "At least now I won't drool when I see devil worms." "Huh, if you would like to eat it, I can ask the people at Specimen to prepare one for you," Jiang Chen joked. "Come on, I want to live a few more years." Dr. Amos also laughed along. Even the blood of the devil worm was highly corrosive and composed of organic acids. To the species on Earth, every part of the worm was poisonous. Even Bear Grylls would refuse to eat the devil worm. Only the native Mars species considered it a delicacy. They didn't just stand at the door. Kelvin took the two to the B3 floor, where the Special Projects Institute was located, and led them to the office at the end of the hall. It was a huge scientific research center and a semi-enclosed housing facility. In addition to scientific research facilities, there were also living and entertainment facilities. Almost all researchers involved in S-class confidential scientific research projects had reported to here before. The more than 200 researchers that returned from the Mars colony were temporarily placed here at this moment. Except for Amos and other special researchers with S-class authority, most people would have to spend several years here before they could return to society. Of course, celestial trade was also generous with the compensation for these devotees. Not only was the direct bonus for each person over 10 million XI in new dollars, but everyone was also permitted to inject 10 years of DNA telomere extension agents as compensation for their contributions. These terms were written in the confidentiality agreement and were completely voluntary. I know you are more concerned about how many weapons we can dig from the graves of the Gaia civilization, but what I want to say next may disappoint you. In the two aspects of space technology and military technology, the Gaia civilization had no significant achievement. They completed the unity very early through the unique method within their species and maintained peace and stability for thousands of years. And according to my research, and in the later stages of the civilization, they may have realized the so-called utopia, Dr. Amos said. Not all civilizations are keen on researching tools for killing the same kind. Using the standards of human civilization to analogize extraterrestrial civilizations, thinking that the civilization theory, based on human history, culture, and behavior habits are universal, and it is itself an ignorant and arrogant behavior. Although Jiang Chen had considered this possibility a long time ago, after he heard Dr. Amos's words in person, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. However, before he had time to be disappointed, Amos's next sentence made him see the light again. But that being said, based on the theoretical knowledge left by the Gaia civilization, it is not impossible to develop weapons capable of fighting colonial ships of which are beyond our times, Dr. Amos continued after a pause. As you know, science and technology are two different things. The former determines the development potential of the latter, while we mainly inherit the former. Can you finish talking in one go? Jiang Chen complained. Amos smiled and chose not to respond to that question. However, he continued on this topic. In addition, I found that the Gaia civilization has a deep understanding of the Klein particles. Their understanding between the three-dimensional world and the four-dimensional world has completely subverted my understanding of this kind of particle that only exists in concepts. Oh. Jiang Chen looked at Amos unexpectedly, only to see the latter nod before he continued. In their research on Klein particles, I found a very interesting phenomenon. It is about the short-lived form of Klein particles when they collapse from 4 dimensions to 3 dimensions and the form of energy conversion across the three-dimensional coordinate system. Kelvin, who stood next to Amos, was confused. With a frown, he asked, "What do you mean? Can you make it clearer?" Since his profession did not match this topic, it was difficult to conversate. Kelvin came from building spacecraft, therefore he didn't understand a word Amos said. However, Dr. Amos didn't say anything more. He just looked at the clock on the wall and said, "It has to do with our time." On January 29, Trump officially took office. On the podium, Trump, in a suit, excitedly delivered his impassioned inauguration speech to his supporters below the stage and the media. "Thank you, the people of our country, the people of the world, thank you. On this great day today, we have transferred power from capital to the hands of the people, that is, yours. For a long time, the fruits of our labor have been taken by a small group of people, and the cost has to be borne by all of our citizens. Capital is thriving, Wall Street is making a lot of money, and our people have not shared the wealth. They use the interests of one group of people to buy the votes from another group, flaunting the so-called political correctness to change their image. And this is why our welfare is getting higher and higher, but life is getting worse and worse, and there is fewer and fewer job opportunities. The economy is deteriorating, and countless factories are closing. It's time to change everything. Get those lazy refugees out of our country, send criminals who crossed the border illegally to where they belong, and say no to the barbaric third world gangsters. Thank you again, thank you for choosing me, and I will lead this country back to greatness, thank you." After the transfer of power was completed, Trump nominated the cabinet members of the new government within a week and formed his own leadership team. Including the former Secretary of State Kerry, the current Secretary of Defense Carter, all officials had gone through a major change in this power shift. Oil tycoon Rex Tillerson was appointed as the new Secretary of State. James Mattis, a war hawk among the war hawks and a retired Marine Corps four-star general, was appointed as the new Secretary of Defense. Steve Bannon, who served as the soul of Trump campaign team, transformed from a far-right media executive chairman to the chief strategist and senior advisor of the president. From the perspective of the composition of the cabinet, apart from a few positions reserved for the supporters of the Republican Party, Trump used the Secretary of State to repair the tense relationship with Wall Street while at the same time, added a war hawk into his team. Finally, as promised earlier, he made Xi'an the first stop of his diplomatic visits and revealed to the media that the Columbia, UA military in Nippon, space resource development, and the most sensitive issue of alliance membership would be discussed in the upcoming meeting. While surprised by the efficiency of the new UA president, the outside world shared a pessimistic view about his ability to solve problems. However, there were still some voices that had a sliver of hope. What if the dream did come true? What if the Earth Defense Alliance returned to the UN framework? What if? There were no what-ifs. Just 3 days before Trump's visit to Xi'an, Celestial and the UA increased their troops in South and North Colombia by 100,000 respectively, and added a bundle of dry firewood to the burning stove in Colombia. Before it started, a layer of gloom had already shadowed this meeting. And, compared to a negotiation, it was more like a final showdown. Chapter 1450 Sugar Cube Diplomacy. In the early morning of February 10, a silver-white jet landed on the runway of Coro International Airport. Surrounded by a group of men and women in suit, Trump walked down the gangway with his head held high, waved to the cameras on both sides, and went up to Zhang Yaping. He smiled and shook hands with him. No matter how tense the relation between the two countries, they still had to appear friendly. On behalf of the people of Xi'an, welcome. Thank you. On behalf of the people of the UA, I would like to express my gratitude to you for your warm welcome. After Trump let go of Zhang Yaping's right hand, he looked around the airport. Why do I feel? There seems to be someone missing here. What do you mean? Zhang Yaping asked. Jiang Chen. Oh, you mean Mr. Jiang, Zhang Yaping said with a smile. He is waiting for you in future building. Trump raised an eyebrow. Obviously, he was a little surprised by the fact that Jiang Chen did not show up to greet him at the airport. But at any rate, he was also a well-known celebrity on talk shows. This kind of small awkwardness was normal for Trump, so he didn't mind at all. After a brief conversation with Zhang Yaping, he went to the Xian presidential palace along with the senior officials from Xian. At noon, Xian presidential palace had set up a state banquet in the heart of the sea to welcome the delegation from UA. The state banquet was not particularly pleasant. He constantly sipped on the wine while he searched in the banquet hall for Jiang Chen's presence. However, the situation made him feel awkward again. It seemed that Jiang Chen did not plan to discuss sensitive issues with him in front of the media, so he did not attend the banquet at all. At last, it was the end of the state banquet. Trump delegated the afternoon visit to the Xian presidential palace to his Secretary of State Rex Tillerson as he headed to the future building on the other side of Koro City. At last, they met. He finally met Jiang Chen in the meeting room of future building. I have been looking forward to this meeting for a long time ago. I didn't expect it to be difficult to meet you, Trump walked into the room, then said while he looked at Jiang Chen in front of the table. I just don't want our conversation to be on someone's talk show. According to my observations, compared to when you are in front of the camera, you are calmer in a place without it. Jiang Chen smiled politely, made a gesture to Trump to invite him to take a seat. It's better for us, isn't it? Trump pulled out a chair and sat down. Let the guest come to the door by themselves. Is this the way you treat your guest? You and Zhang Yaping are both presidents. It doesn't seem to be impolite to let him greet you. Jiang Chen smiled. Really? Trump raised an eyebrow, and said in a meaningful tone, who doesn't know that Zhang Yaping is a puppet? It doesn't matter whether he is a puppet or not, he also relied on votes to get to his current position, Jiang Chen said, just like you. Trump was about to refute, but he found what Jiang Chen said made sense. He also rose to power because of votes from the people of the UA. Except that when Jiang Chen compared him to a puppet president, it still made him feel unpleasant. Dear God, I became president because of my own abilities. For now, Mr. Trump was still unaware of the roles Morgan and Rockefeller played behind this election. Enough of the nonsense, your time and my time are both precious, there is no need to waste it on irrelevant topics. Trump waved his hand impatiently, then continued, if you have no objection, let's just get to today's topic. If there were reporters standing here, he would still be interested in taking a tough stance and banter with Jiang Chen. However, since all the reporters and cameras were stopped downstairs at the door of future building, he lost his desire to act tough. I agree with your point of view. Jiang Chen smiled. Very well, let's talk about the mess in Colombia first. I ask you to immediately. Jiang Chen lifted his right hand and interrupted Trump's speech. If we continue to talk like this, there will be no results. I seem to know how today's meeting will end, with no agreement reached between us. So, since you and I are both businessmen, I think you are tired of the way politicians do things. Why don't we change to a negotiation method that you and I are both familiar with? Jiang Chen smiled and pointed to the porcelain plate in front of Trump. Do you see the sugar cubes there? Trump raised his eyebrows, slightly narrowed his eyes, and stared at the small plate of sugar cubes on the table, as if he was trying to decipher the mystery behind the sugar cubes. But regardless of how he looked at them, they were just ordinary sugar cubes. Now we have the same amount of chips, 10 sugar cubes in total. Jiang Chen pointed to the porcelain plate in front of him and smiled. We each put forward an equivalent final proposal, which is worth 10 chips. After both parties confirm, the game starts. Each round, both parties propose a reciprocal offer, and then we place our bets separately. The proposal with the higher bet gets passed, and the chip is paid to the opponent, and the opponent's proposal is rejected. The passed proposal cannot be bet on again, but the rejected proposal can be bet on again. What are the criteria for winning or losing? Trump asked. There is no victory or defeat. This is the purpose of the game. It's to avoid us wasting time on meaningless arguments. When one party loses all the sugar cubes, the other party uses 10 sugar cubes to directly acquire the other party's final proposal, and the game ends. Jiang Chen laughed and spread out his hands. The final proposal on my side is that the UA unconditionally joins the Earth Defense Alliance. Of course, we can make you a major member state. Now, it's your turn. Celestial Trade joins Trump Group. This is my final proposal. Trump laughed and pushed the stack of sugar cubes out. Let's get started quickly. Mr. Trump, you are wasting time. Jiang Chen looked at the rogue expression on Trump's face, let out a sigh, and said unhurriedly, I said it very clearly. After both parties agree that the final proposals are equivalent, then we can get started. To show my sincerity, I have put forward my final proposal first. If you insist on putting your whimsical proposal on the negotiation table, then I can only regret to announce that this is the end of the negotiation and the game is over. All proposals had to be realistic. All word games were meaningless, and there were no loopholes. In each round, if any party was dissatisfied with the other party's proposal, the game could be terminated unilaterally. Therefore, boring proposals such as jumping out of the window and paying $1 trillion were just a waste of time. Trump's eyes narrowed slightly and he sat up straight. He stared at the porcelain plate full of sugar cubes for a moment as his eyebrows gradually showed a hint of interest. Interesting. Although the game in itself did not end in victory or defeat did exist in the outcome. The two parties would put forward a final proposal, then the ultimate goal would be to use as few chips as possible to pass as many proposals as possible, and finally use all 20 cubes of sugar to make the other party compromise on the final proposal. This involved an issue, that was, how much chips had to be spent on a particular issue. If one party deliberately raises in order to win the opponent's chips, then the risk was that the other party could not call, and the chips would be wasted on less meaningful proposals. Both parties had to guess the price in the other party's mind while at the same time, give an evaluation, and the 10 sugar cubes were the only things with equivalent value on the table. A diplomatic negotiation was abstracted into an intuitive transaction. Through this method, it did spare a lot of meaningless arguments. Both parties would only need to use their chips instead of speaking. There was a look of realization in Trump's eyes. He had read the essence of this game. Then what is your final proposal? Jiang Chen smiled. The Earth Defense Alliance is incorporated into the United Nations framework. After a moment of pause, Trump continued, similarly, we can promise you a seat as a permanent member of the Council. After Trump finished, he looked at the silent Jiang Chen as he waited for a response. If Jiang Chen believed this proposal could be negotiated, then their negotiation could officially begin. If Jiang Chen did not believe this negotiation would ever get accepted, and the Earth Defense Alliance would not be incorporated under the United Nations, then there was no need for the two sides to continue their talks. This game would only begin when both parties agreed that the proposals were equivalent. Very well, I see your sincerity. At least you didn't make those whimsical requests again. Without letting Trump wait too long, Jiang Chen nodded slowly and smiled. Then, since we've already reached a consensus on the price of the chips, let us start our game. In the first round, Jiang Chen gave Trump the opportunity to go first. Trump stared at his plate of sugar cubes, thought for a moment, and finally chose a relatively conservative topic and threw it on the negotiating table. Cancel the withdrawal agreement of the UA troops stationed in Nippon, and Celestial Trade to withdraw all troops from Nippon. Very good, Jiang Chen nodded and said with a smile, NATO and North Columbia to cancel the Independence Treaty and withdrawal from Colombia. If you think these two proposals are equal, then we can enter the next stage. Trump picked up 2 cubes of sugar from the porcelain plate, he weighed them in his hands, and finally made up his mind and placed the 2 cubes on the table. He answered Jiang Chen with his action. It's your turn. Jiang Chen smiled and did not hesitate at all. He took out 3 sugar cubes from the porcelain plate and placed them on the table. Trump's pupils constricted slightly as he stared at the 3 sugar cubes. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Can I add chips? Of course, Jiang Chen said, I said, this game is to help us reach an agreement, not to create a difference. Both parties can add unlimited amount of chips with a minimum of at least one. There is only one thing that must be noted, and that is the added chips cannot be taken back. Trump hesitated for about 5 minutes, then he finally took out 2 more cubes from the porcelain plate, placed them next to his original 2 cubes, and looked at Jiang Chen. "It's your turn." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, reached out, and took the 4 sugar cubes from Trump. "Deal." As Trump watched his 4 chips arrive at Jiang Chen's plate, he opened his mouth. He suddenly regretted it. The agreement is revoked, and celestial trade will withdraw from Nippon within half a year. You can make a note of it. Jiang Chen looked at the assistant who stood next to him, then looked back at Trump. "I'm very glad that our negotiation has made the first step." "Stop talking nonsense, it's your turn," Trump said, but he felt inexplicably annoyed. Jiang Chen smiled, took out a sugar cube from the porcelain plate, placed it on the table, and repeated the last proposal that was not passed. "Repeat the proposal: NATO withdraws its troops from North Colombia and abandons its asylum to the North Colombian regime." Just as the UA was on a state visit to Xi'an, inside the Morgan Group building on Wall Street that was on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, 2 old men in suits sat on the sofa in the reception room as they looked at the curved screen that hung on the wall. President Trump's visit to Xi'an has reached the most critical link. Just half an hour ago, Trump left the state banquet and went to Future Building to discuss space and regional issues with the president of Celestial Trade. The outside world is generally pessimistic about the outcome of the meeting. Next, let us ask the commentator on the international situation, Mr. Zefnia of the Peterson Institute for International Economics, to interpret it for us. The first stop of the diplomatic visit was set to Xi'an. It was the first campaign promise made by Trump after he took office. All sectors of the UA closely watched whether Trump could, as he promised during his campaign, reach a consensus on international issues with celestial trade and solve the mess left by the previous administration. The old man in the gray suit suddenly laughed, put his one leg over the other knee, picked up a bottle of red wine from the table, poured it into the 2 goblets on the table separately, and said casually, "My dear Mr. Rockefeller, what do you think of this diplomatic visit? Want to hear the truth?" Rockefeller said, "Of course. I hope he can mess up this meeting, but I don't want him to mess up too badly," Rockefeller said, then laughed. "It looks like we share the same opinion again." The 2 looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Although the military giants in North America were large, there was still a considerable gap between future military in terms of technical strength. Whether it was Lockheed Martin or Boeing's Integrated Defense Systems Group, whether it was air defense missiles or fighters, the gap was still significant. If the UA wished to catch up with Future Group, it not only needed investments but also time. Perhaps others could not see this point clearly, but as the 2 giants in the military-industrial complex, Morgan and Rockefeller, knew this point. For them, the best situation was to have another Cold War. The 2 sides would be in serious economic and military conflicts, but they would also be separated by a safe distance from the eruption of a war. Just like the Cold War era, orders would flow to military factories like snowflakes, and all arms dealers would make a lot of money. By that time, perhaps relying on orders from the government alone could make up their difference with future military. What are your thoughts if they actually come to an agreement? Rockefeller said with a smile as he watched the news on the screen. Although this probability is very small, we cannot rule out this possibility. I prepared a second plan. Morgan smiled. Oh. Rockefeller glanced at Morgan. Mike Pence, have you heard of this person? Of course, Rockefeller laughed, that's our Mr. Vice President. As one of the earliest advocates of the Tea Party, Mike Pence was very similar to Trump at one point. That was, both sides belonged to the mainstay of the conservatives, the most Republican among the Republicans, and the bold eagles among the right wings. Pence served as the governor of Indiana and the chairman of the Republican Party caucus of the House of Representatives. He was known for implementing economic policies that favored rich and large companies. His support for tax cuts and welfare cuts, and using these as ideas to solve the economic downturn and employment issues, all coincided with Trump. Only on the two issues of immigration policy and trade protectionism, the two sides possessed some differences. If it was necessary to find a sharp difference between the president and vice president, it had to be that compared to the impassionate Trump, the former governor was more cautious, flexible, and predictable. Unfortunately, the person more like the president became the mascot, and the person more like the mascot became the president. When Rockefeller heard his allies suddenly mention the name Mike Pence, he was taken aback for a moment, and then a trace of understanding appeared on his face. "You mean, I hope our president is a smart man, otherwise I can only say that life is always full of too many accidents." With a smile, Morgan picked up a goblet from the table, then raised it up. "In any case, let us toast for the prosperity of Wall Street. Only in one situation could the vice president become the president. And it was not like such incidents did not happen in history." The corners of Rockefeller's upturned lips showed a hint of a smile. Then he picked up the goblet from the table as well. "Cheers." The swaying liquor was as red as blood. The last sugar cube was pinched in Jiang Chen's hand. This last chip was sold to Jiang Chen by Trump for $100 billion. The XIN reserve would use its foreign exchange reserves to increase its holdings of $100 billion in treasury bonds, and this money would be used to improve employment in the UA. It was also seen as a move to help Trump fulfill his campaign promise of increasing employment rate. The XIN reserve's foreign exchange reserve was quite abundant, and it was not an issue to spend $100 billion. "It seems that I got 20 cubes first." As Jiang Chen smiled, he picked up the sugar cubes from his plate and pushed them to Trump. "I'm glad we reached an agreement. I bet that this moment will be remembered in history." The agreement on the withdrawal of UA troops in Nippon was cancelled, NATO would withdraw from Colombia within half a year, and celestial trade would also withdraw from Colombia. The United Nations peacekeeping force would enter the Colombian border to control the situation and maintain the divided status quo. In the greater interest of the UA joining Earth Defense Alliance, the interests of celestial trade in Colombia and Nippon were no longer significant. On the blueprint for the future in Jiang Chen's mind, Earth Defense Alliance would eventually surpass all traditional countries and become a united and unified federation. And now, the biggest obstacle to the integration of global forces by Earth Defense Alliance was removed, and this blueprint was one step closer to becoming a reality. The more realistic issue was that Harmony's colonization ship was getting closer and closer to the solar system, and there was not much time left for humanity. Only when all civilizations on Earth could face the colonization ship from 20.5 light-years away as a united front, would there be a slim chance of victory. The sugar cubes are really expensive. After Trump weighed the sugar cubes in his hands, he was amazed and shocked at the same time. Whenever he remembered that the price of each sugar cube was no less than $100 billion, he felt that they weighed far more in his hand. "You can take them back as souvenirs." Jiang Chen laughed. "Of course, if you are hungry, you can just eat them." "Eat them? Huh, what would the media report after I leave?" "Oh, look, that idiot president just ate $100 billion of taxpayers' money," Trump jokingly said, then patted the assistant next to him who had been taking notes. Then in the assistant's bewildered look, he snatched the notebook away and tore out a piece of paper. "Let me borrow a piece of paper." After he wrapped the 10 sugar cubes and stuffed them into his inner pocket, Trump laughed and patted his pocket. The assistant nodded in a daze. "Go ahead, I think this kind of negotiation method can be promoted all over the world." Trump pushed the chair away as he stood up. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. "We solved all of our issues in less than an hour." Jiang Chen also stood up, but he only responded with a polite smile and did not say more. He didn't think that it was a clever negotiation tactic, it was just the most suitable way for them. In fact, as long as they were willing to sit down and talk, the two sides could still reach a consensus after all, and those 20 sugar cubes just sped up the pace of negotiations. When Hill was the president of the UA, whether it was the president or the Secretary of State, similar negotiations and celestial had been conducted countless times, but the results were often unsatisfactory. It was not that Hill and Kerry were not great at negotiating, but rather, from the start, they represented the interests of Wall Street and they did not plan to reach an agreement. But Trump was different, and Jiang Chen was even surprised by the difference. Is this guy really the person Morgan and Rockefeller joined hands together to push to the presidency? The two chatted and laughed as they walked out of the conference room, got on the elevator, and finally appeared in the lobby of Future Building and in front of the reporters from all over the world. Almost at the moment when they first appeared, all the reporters rushed forward as they desperately tried to ask their prepared questions. Mr. Trump, what was discussed in the conference room? Will the UA join the Earth Defense Alliance? Or will the Earth Defense Alliance be incorporated into the UN framework? These reporters were full of ill intentions. From the beginning, they didn't expect this president to solve any problems. There were too many contradictions between XIN and the UA that they wouldn't even fit in the Pacific Ocean. Many people just put the microphone near him with the mentality of simply wanting to see him make a fool of himself. However, Trump's reaction was beyond the expectations of all reporters on the scene. There was no disappointment or frustration on his face, but the smile of a winner. I once said that I will have a good talk with him on behalf of our people. Trump pulled the microphone closer, then said with a bright smile and joy in his tone, just now, I fulfilled my promise. I dare to bet, in the name of Trump Group, that he is a good person. Many stunned reporters looked at Trump as if he was a monster. Did the sun rise from the west? On the other side, Jiang Chen just smiled and said something quite low-key in front of the microphone. Congratulations to the people of the UA, you have elected an impressive president. It seemed that the sun did indeed rise from the west. Judging from their friendly attitude, they seem to have reached an agreement. Shocking. The UA has reached a consensus with celestial trade. The UA is expected to join Earth Defense Alliance within this year. Sugar Cube diplomacy breaks the deadlock, and the relationship between XIN and UA may usher in a honeymoon period. The Colombian crisis is expected to be resolved within this year, an exclusive interview to elaborate on the inside story of Sugar Cube diplomacy. Countless eye-catching titles occupied the headlines. Just after the meeting between Trump and Jiang Chen, the newspapers, TV, and internet media in the UA and the world were sensationalized. On the internet, netizens in North America also expressed that the contrast was too great to accept for the results of the negotiation. Surprise, shock, joy, and concern were all the emotions that were vented on through their keyboards. It seems we have all misunderstood him, and he is not as stupid as he looks. Although I still can't forgive what he said. But he did this right. In the face of a survival crisis, we should really unite, not for the so-called hegemonic internal friction. You overestimate him. Before he returns home, no one knows what stupid agreements he signed. I'm curious, what does the Congress think? Just as public opinion was fermenting on the internet, in the presidential suite on the top floor of the Heart of the Sea. I'm going to the UK at the end of the month. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson put his suit over his shoulder, tied his tie, and said slowly, 34 hours later, there will be a meeting in the Capitol waiting for me to host. Is it okay to leave everything here to you? No problem. Trump, who laid on the sofa and was scrolling through Twitter comments, smiled and raised the hand placed on the back of the sofa. It took 1 hour to reach a consensus with celestial trade on more than 20 sensitive issues. In terms of his ability to act, he completely beat the last President Hill. Whether it was his own evaluation of himself or the surprise and shock shown by netizens all over the world under his Twitter account, he was so happy that he couldn't keep his mouth closed. Rex Tillerson took a long meaningful look at Trump, turned around, and walked out the door. You are. Mike Pence looked at the two men in suits in front of his door and frowned. He just went out to walk his dog, then was about to take a shower and go to bed when the doorbell rang before he could step into the shower. The first impression of the two men told him that the two were probably political brokers or the like. When he was governor before, he received business cards from this kind of people almost every few days. But since he came to capital, the situation stopped. Although he rose higher in terms of position, everyone knew that the vice president of the UA was a mascot. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Eugene Eric. This is my assistant, Kane J. Eric introduced himself politely and handed over his business card. Please accept my card. After Pence took the business card and glanced at it for a second, he slipped it into his pocket and said with his eyebrows furrowed. Oh, then Mr. Eric, may I ask why you're here? In short, we are from K Street and want to talk to you about work. Eric smiled politely. K Street? As if he had heard something funny, Pence chuckled, then you are probably looking for the wrong person. Didn't your boss tell you that Congress members are probably more reliable than the vice president? Eric and his partner Jay looked at each other, smiled, and then looked back at Pence. We are more willing to call you the future president than the vice president. Pence's frown grew deeper. As soon as he was about to say something, Eric spoke first. Don't you want to invite us in and sit down for a talk? Eric asked. Pence was taken aback for a moment, then returned to normal, and said in a relaxed tone. Of course, I'm planning to do that now. After the two went in, Pence asked his wife to prepare a glass of orange juice for each of them, and then he took a glass of water and sat on the sofa in the living room. When his wife went upstairs to sleep, Pence asked immediately. Are you going to impeach Trump soon? You can think that, but I didn't say anything, Eric smiled. You can't succeed, Pence leaned back on the sofa, said with a smile, you want to impeach the president. You don't have any chance until he does anything indignant. In the impeachment process, the Judicial Committee of the House of Representatives had to first review the allegations and evidence materials to determine whether there was a basis for starting a formal impeachment investigation. If the impeachment process did start, the House of Representatives would only need a majority vote to approve the terms of impeachment and then send it to the Senate. But in the Senate, a two-thirds majority was needed to convict the impeached. If the object of impeachment was the president, the Senate trial had to be presided over by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. If an impeachment case was initiated, both the House of Representatives and the Supreme Court would have to be involved. From the number of steps involved, it was easy to see the difficulty to impeach the president. Even if Wall Street possessed incredible abilities, it was impossible to buy two-thirds of the Senate. In the history of the UA, Congress had only conducted impeachment investigations on 3 presidents, but none of them were eventually removed. Let's not talk about whether we have a chance to succeed, Eric smiled. We are here to visit you today to talk about what happens after you become the president. After becoming the president? Pence raised his eyebrows and laughed, if you can really make me the president. Trust us, of course, we can, Eric interrupted Pence and nodded seriously, then gave the assistant next to him a look and motioned him to take the contract out of his briefcase. This is, Pence frowned slightly. A confidential agreement. As long as both parties fulfill their obligations, no third person will know about this contract. As Eric said, he turned to the first page of the contract and pointed his finger at one of the terms, if you become the president, then you must maintain a strong attitude during your 4-year term, such as on the Colombia issue, such as on the Pacific issue. You should understand what I mean. Of course. After Pence took a sip of the water in his cup, he put down the glass, picked up the document, and said emotionlessly, you don't need to say these things, I know what to do. Not only did he know what this sentence meant, but he could probably guess who sent these 2 people. According to the analysis of the Wall Street Journal, if the UA did join the Earth Defense Alliance as expected, the North American defense sector would experience the largest contraction of this century. Even the most conservative estimate had a number bigger than Apple's market value. Was it difficult to guess who couldn't sit still any longer? After he read the document to the last page, on the line of the person who signed, sure enough, he saw a familiar and expected last name. Morgan. The 3-day state visit was over. At the airport in Koro City, Jiang Chen sent Trump to the side of the gangway, and before Trump boarded, they shook hands and said goodbye. "I wish you a pleasant journey." Thank you." Trump shook Jiang Chen's right hand vigorously, and laughed. "Koro City is a good place, and Penglai City too. It's a pity that I wasn't able to visit Celestial City this time. If I have the opportunity in the future, I'll for sure take a look." "There are still many opportunities in the future," Jiang Chen said. After Jiang Chen sent Trump onto the plane and watched the plane take off, he left through the VIP tunnel. Aisha waited at the entrance of the tunnel. Let the ghost agents in North America protect the safety of Trump during this period. Aisha tilted her head, looked at Jiang Chen, and asked. "Do you think Morgan will do something to him? Those people can do anything, and we have to be careful." After he deliberated for a moment, he continued, "Well, let Bernice be cautious over there. At least until the negotiation terms take effect, we must make sure he is still alive. And the B City Consortium, tell them about the content of today's meeting. They know what to do. I'll go now." Aisha nodded seriously. On the other side, the plane had taken off for a while. Trump felt bored inside his seat, looked around, and felt a bit thirsty. He whistled to the flight attendant that passed by and revealed his white teeth. He showed what he thought was the most charming smile and asked, "Can you get me a cup of coffee?" The flight attendant rolled her eyes charmingly, then she walked to the nose of the plane, and soon returned. "Mr. President, your coffee." "Thank you." After he took the steaming cup, Trump leaned closer to blow on the coffee, then took a sip. At this moment, he sniffed and started to frown. He didn't know whether it was his illusion or not, but just now, he started to smell something peculiar. As his frown grew more apparent, he looked around. The moment he gazed out of the window, the expression on his face suddenly solidified. After Eric walked out of Mike Pence's house, he took his phone out of his pocket, dialed a number, then put the phone close to his ear. He agreed. After a pause of about 3 seconds, a slightly hoarse voice came from the other end. "The agreement? Here with me. It has been signed," Eric continued. "Very good." The hoarse voice carried a touch of approval, and after a moment, he ordered, "Send that thing to our usual place, and then go take a vacation." "Roger that." After Eric hung up the phone, he took the SIM card out, broke it in half, then threw the pieces into the sewer nearby. After the two left the street, they parted ways, went in different directions, and disappeared into the crowd of Capitol. After Jiang Chen sent Trump onto the plane, he was about to return home with Aisha, but before he could leave, he received a call from Celestial City. After the airport scheduled the runway, he got the aerospace G-100 and ascended to Celestial City. After he arrived at Space Department, he greeted Kelvin. Under the escort of the Celestial soldiers, Jiang Chen arrived at the Special Project Research Institute, which was protected by countless security measures. The once quiet and empty research institute had a few more people living inside. There were not only the 200 researchers who had returned from Mars, but also about 400 to 500 researchers involved in confidential research that came inside through a voluntary application. Everyone was screened by the truth-telling serum after they signed the confidentiality agreement to ensure that there was no spy. Ghost agents had been very cautious in counterintelligence. So far, there was not a single case of data theft, but on the contrary, the spies and intelligence personnel of other countries that were dealt with by Aisha could not even be counted with 2 hands. After he arrived at Dr. Amos's lab, his attention was immediately caught by the giant culture tank located in the center of the lab. There was a fetus-shaped object in the cylindrical culture tank floating in the dark green culture solution. Large and small pipes were connected to the fetus, and bubbles continued to gush from the bottom of the culture tank. In order to prevent you from misunderstanding, I have to make a statement first. After Dr. Amos walked out from the movable door on the side, he took off his glasses and hung the pair of glasses on the pocket at his chest, then he said in a light-hearted tone, "This is the fetus of a gorilla, not a human." "Since when did you start to look at the fetus of gorillas?" Jiang Chen felt strange. Except for part of the knowledge of Klein particles, the knowledge I inherited was mainly in the biological field. As Kelvin said this, he pointed to the culture tank, and this thing is one of my experiments. That's really a pity. Jiang Chen expressed regret euphemistically. Before the flower of memory was consumed, no one could know the content of the memory to be inherited. Amos' own research was focused on artificial intelligence, electronic machinery, and other related fields. Although the neural bridge system was also one of his masterpieces, his research did not involve much knowledge in the biological field. For him, the knowledge he inherited was in an area he had never touched. What a pity. Amos did not show much regret, instead, he shrugged and continued, "Although my research direction involves a lot of physics, I have always held a positive attitude towards biology. The prospect of such a discipline is not narrower than that of physics. If the latter is to guide us to understand the world, then the former is to teach us how to become God." Jiang Chen smiled at the use of this metaphor. Indeed, for now, creating life still belonged to the realm of God. Even though today's chip manufacturing process achieved below 1 nanometer, humans were still unable to synthesize even one cell from scratch. Even in the 22nd century, after several leaps and bounds in biology, artificial cells were still the focus of science and technology. He remembered that Lin discussed this issue a long time ago. It seemed that the Nobel Prize in Biology in one of the years was when a Pan-Asia biologist used the most basic elements such as carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, and potassium to synthesize a simple mycoplasma. As long as you think it's okay, Jiang Chen walked to the side of the culture tank, took a closer examination of the content inside, then casually asked. "By the way, what is this?" "A clone." "Clone? It's not that simple." Amos smiled and shook his head. "The materials are a piece of DNA code and a periodic table of elements. Not long ago, we created life from nothing." When Jiang Chen heard the phrase created life, he looked to Amos in shock. It was unheard of in biology to use DNA data and primitive chemical elements like this to synthesize a gorilla's fertilized egg cell from scratch, and then grow it into a mature gorilla in a culture tank that mimics the intrauterine environment. Even as a layman, he could understand the difficulty of the process. It was no exaggeration to say that taking any of the obstacles in this experiment to write a paper could be enough to shock the entire biology field, and the work would definitely be nominated for the Nobel Prize. Through the self-designed DNA code to create a species that did not exist in this world, humans had never been so close to the realm of God. The research of the Gaia civilization in the field of biotechnology is quite advanced. Because the technological span in the middle is too large, I cannot describe the gap between us and Gaia in the field of biology in detail. I'll give you an example that's quite interesting. Through this technology, we can take out the genetic fragments of lions, leopards, tigers, and even Martian species such as the devil worms to design biological soldiers, whose combat capabilities are comparable to superhumans, and then use cell synthesis technology to mass-produce them. At this point, Amos paused for a moment, then he said in a joking tone. "I bet that the cost to produce a devil worm that can adapt to the Earth's environment is definitely much cheaper than the cost of producing a tank. Will it cause problems such as biological invasion?" Jiang Chen frowned. "This problem is actually very easy to solve. As long as the number of chromosomes in the DNA is set to an odd number when combining DNA, there shouldn't be any issues," Amos said. The principle was the same as that of mules. As long as the created creatures were infertile, it would not create issues such as biological invasion. For some odd reason, when Jiang Chen's eyes were focused on the creature in the culture tank, his thoughts drifted to 20.5 light-years away. Perhaps it was this technology that made the colonists who arrived at Gliese 581G finally embark on the road to biological civilization. There was a flash of inspiration in his mind. Jiang Chen immediately turned his head to Amos and asked another question that he suddenly thought of. If we use the cell synthesis technology, can we bring the disappeared Gaia civilization back to life? Chapter 1455 DEFCON 3. It depends on whether you want to resurrect the Gaia or the Gaia civilization, Dr. Amos replied. Does it make a difference? Of course, and the difference is quite startling. Dr. Amos paused for a moment and only continued after Jiang Chen signaled for him to continue with the look in his eyes. If it is the former, it can be done in theory, but it'll be incredibly challenging. First we have to find a well-preserved Gaia fossil from the ruins, and try to extract a complete DNA fragment from it, and then we must integrate all the DNA fragments into a complete chromosome, and then merge all the chromosomes into a genome. What about the latter? Jiang Chen asked. The possibility of the latter is practically zero. Dr. Amos said, the inheritance of civilization is mainly reflected in the accumulation of knowledge and education for the next generation, not genotype. Let's ignore if we can find a complete set of DNA information, even if we unearthed the information from the ruins and successfully synthesize Gaia through the culture tank. I bet the Gaia from 3 billion years ago won't be much smarter than the chimpanzee in our zoo. The last words of Amos suddenly reminded Jiang Chen of a piece of news that he had read a long time ago. The news was that a child raised by a wolf from a young age, even after being discovered and brought back to modern society for treatment, still retained the living habits of beasts. He was unable to integrate into society, and unable to learn human language. For some reason, Jiang Chen was relieved at this moment. It was better for an ancient civilization that had been dead for more than 3 billion years to stay in the tomb for future generations to admire. If the Gaia did open their eyes one day, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for humans. Just then, his watch suddenly started to vibrate. Jiang Chen pulled up his sleeve and glanced at the caller displayed on the screen. After he saw the call was from Aisha, he excused himself from Amos as he walked out of the lab and pressed pick up. The plane had an accident. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Aisha quickly spoke on the other side. Plane. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a second. With a frown, he asked subconsciously, which plane? After 2 seconds of silence, Aisha spoke in a serious tone. The flight that took off this morning. Wake Island Air Force Base. It was still dark, but the airport was bustling. The heavily armed Marine Corps soldiers lined up on the tarmac and quickly assembled next to the Black Hawk helicopter with its propellers roaring. On the other side, on the runway of the Air Force Base, 2 Boeing F-18 Hornets took off immediately and galloped towards the Mariana Islands. In the command room of Wake Island Air Force Base, the senior military officer stationed at the base stood solemnly beside the radar image as he fixated all his attention on the radar screen. He prayed silently while he waited for any report. A noisy static sound filled the room, followed by a despairing report. This is Worker B-1. After searching through the target airspace, Air Force One was not found. This is Worker B-2. Air Force One was not found. There was a terrifying silence inside the room. Roundhouse. All the officers looked at each other and finally turned their eyes to the man standing in the front. The man was holding the phone in his hand while he stood there quietly. After a long time, he hung up the phone, turned around, glanced at the other officers in the command room with seriousness. He did not say anything except for 2 words. Roundhouse. It was an order from the military command. The instant they heard these 2 words, the expression on everyone's face turned more solemn. Many people's palms were sweaty, but some people's eyes showed the spirit to fight and even excitement. They were well aware of the meaning of this code word. It meant that the UA was placed in DEFCON 3, and all troops in the country had entered a state of combat readiness. The Air Force was required to mobilize in 15 minutes and wait for the military command for further instructions. In history, the UA had only entered DEFCON 3 three times. The closest time to today was September 11, 2001. And just 1 month after 9.11, the UA launched the Afghanistan War. At the same time, in capital. In a uniquely decorated single-family house, the sky outside the window was still dim. With his hair still messy and in his pajamas, Mike Pence sat on the sofa as he stared at the news on TV. At 9:20 this morning, the Boeing 747-200B, Air Force One, boarded by President Trump passed through the Mariana Islands but failed to enter the Wake Island Air Traffic Control Zone as scheduled. After receiving the order from the military command, 2 destroyers and 4 anti-submarine frigates docked on Wake Island immediately set off to the target sea area. However, as of now, there is no further information. According to reports sent back by our reporters stationed in Xi'an, Celestial Trade has urgently dispatched Air Force and rescue ships to the target waters to assist the UA in search and rescue operations. At present, the military command and the Rainbow House have refused to comment on this matter. A Rainbow House official who did not want to be named stated that the Air Force One may have crashed, and the cause of the accident is still under investigation. The hand holding to the cup turned pale because of excessive force, and Mike Pence, who was holding on to his breath, felt his heart pound at an extreme speed at the moment. He couldn't believe that they used this method to push him to presidency. He couldn't believe this happened before he even had time to digest the confidential agreement he signed with the political broker sent by the Morgan Consortium yesterday. Just then, the phone on the table rang. After Mike Pence regained his senses, he looked at the table. The name of the caller ID was John Corning. He forgot when he saved this number, but he was absolutely familiar with this name. Whether it was because of the identity of the former Republican senator, or because of the current identity, the leader of North America's largest intelligence agency, FBA. After Mike Pence picked up the call, he put the phone to his ear. Hello. Hello, Mr. Vice President. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am the director of the FBA, John Corning. I will briefly describe the situation now. I'm watching the news, Mike Pence said softly. Well, it seems you already know that Mr. President had an accident. I know the news is hard to believe, but it has already happened. Our vehicles are already on the way and will arrive at your door in about 2 minutes. Before Mr. President's safety is confirmed, we ask you to please go to the Rainbow House to preside the situation. John Corning was halfway through his sentence when Mike Pence heard a knock at the door as well as the footsteps of his wife going downstairs to open the door. It looks like your people have arrived, Mike Pence said softly, as he tried to make his voice sound natural. Can you give me time to change? Of course, but please hurry up. After Mike Pence hung up, he leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Less than half a minute passed. When he opened his eyes again, behind his cloudy pupils, anxiety and tension were no longer there, and what remained was the confidence of a person in power, as well as ecstasy hidden behind the calmness. From now on, he would be the president of this country, and he would lead this country, instead of being a mascot that frequently appeared in the public eyes without any power. The moment the air crash happened, 2 Aurora 20s took off from the New Moon Island military base to the airspace where the plane went missing. 50 Celestial Marine Corps soldiers were dispatched and boarded helicopters and patrol boats to conduct search and rescue in the target area. Although Celestial Trade did not enter a state of emergency, the Navy, Land, and Air Force's senior officials still put 120% of their attention on this incident. The bilateral relationship between Xi'an and the UA was at a historical turning point. Trump would have brought back the agreement symbolizing friendship back to his country. However, the plane crash happened. The characterization of the accident would directly affect the future diplomatic relation between the two countries and even the global political landscape. Less than 12 hours after the crash, there were already countless comments and rumors on the internet that pointed the perpetrator of this incident to be Xi'an. Although those statements did not possess any value, Celestial Trade had to be vigilant. The top priority now was to find the crashed plane before the UA. If the people on the plane were still alive, they had to be protected from Morgan's people. If those people suffered an unfortunate fate, they had to retrieve the black box first. Not long after Jiang Chen arrived in celestial trade to visit the Special Projects Research Institute, he learned about the news. Immediately, he went to the command center of the Space Department. He found the Minister of Space, Kelvin, and gave the order for combat deployment. The clearance work for the Mars species nests would stop immediately, and the Seagull-class starship cruising in the Mars synchronous orbit would immediately set off to return, along with the 5 orbital airborne brigades to deal with possible emergencies. After that, Jiang Chen called Ivan on New Moon Island. How is the situation? The whereabouts of the missing plane are still unknown. We have sent an additional 30 ships to the target waters to carry out a carpet search. Just now, Malaysia and New Guinea have also sent ships to assist our search. Including the 20 ships that had already set off, the number of search and rescue fleets dispatched by celestial trade already reached 50. The sea territory of Xian was extremely vast, the size was dozens of times bigger than its land area. Without affecting the normal maritime patrol mission, it was already the limit to deploy 50 ships to conduct search and rescue operations. Although Air Force One lost contact in the airspace between the Mariana Islands and Wake Island, it was still impossible to conclude that the aircraft crashed in this area. After he briefly understood the situation from Ivan, Jiang Chen hung up and was about to call the Xian presidential palace when he saw several missed calls popped up on his holographic screen. When he saw the calls were from Aisha, he called back immediately. As soon as the call was connected, Aisha quickly reported to him. There was news from Bernice. At 5:20 in the morning capital time, the Rainbow House announced that the UA had entered DEFCON 3. Its military command also issued documents to up the level of combat readiness to all levels of the military. Vice President Mike Pence has been put under the protection of the FBA. Let Bernice find out, in the past few days, who has been in contact with Mike Pence in the past month, Jiang Chen said. I'll be on it right away, Aisha said solemnly. Also, let the ghost agents in North America keep an eye on the movements of the military command, Jiang Chen continued to order. If the UA troops continue to amass troops in Colombia, report to me immediately. Yes, Aisha replied concisely. 3 days had passed since Air Force One lost contact. The entire plane seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, which left people with only endless suspense. The experts had various opinions on whether the passengers on Air Force One survived. However, not a single clue was found in the 3 days after, and this was with celestial trade dispatching a military observation satellite to assist in search and rescue. The possibility of survival of the crew on board was infinitely close to zero. Regardless of whether Trump was alive or not, the country could not be without a ruler for another day. On the 4th day after the Rainbow House announced that the UA entered DEFCON 3, Mike Pence stood on the lawn in front of the Rainbow House. Today, with great remorse, I stand here and announce a tragic piece of news to you. After he turned the first page of the speech, Mike Pence raised his head so that everyone could see clearly his face full of remorse and sorrow. Our president, unfortunately, encountered an air crash on his way home from a visit to Xian, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. However, life has to go on. For our future, we can't be knocked down by grief and forced to stand still. From the moment I became vice president, I have understood my responsibilities. When this country is in the face of danger, my responsibilities and obligations have prompted me to stand up here and shoulder our future. My fellow citizens, the oath that I took in the presence of you and God does not belong to me alone, but to all of us. After Mike Pence delivered his inauguration speech, under the auspices of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, he solemnly completed the inauguration ceremony, succeeding Trump, who took office less than a month ago and became the 47th president of the UA. At this moment, by the road not far from the Rainbow House, 2 men in suits stood next to a car with its door open. They were smiling at Mike Pence, who who was giving his inaugural speech in the middle of the crowd. Although it is not Kennedy who is elected, fortunately, we have Johnson, Morgan said. Lyndon Johnson, the historical successor after the assassination of President Kennedy, was suspected to be the mastermind behind the Kennedy assassination. In addition to Lyndon Johnson, who became the president of the country, the immediate beneficiaries of Kennedy's assassination were the Texas oil tycoon and the military-industrial complex that directly benefited from the Vietnam War. At that time, Jewish members were still part of the military-industrial complex, but since the fall of the Rothschild family, this interest group was now firmly controlled by the Morgan and Rockefeller families. Wall Street had never been so united. The fact they made such a statement now was almost equivalent to declaring responsibility for the death of Mr. President. There are people from the FBA around here, so we should keep a low profile. Rockefeller's smile showed not the slightest anxiety, which seemed to contradict what he said. Morgan laughed without further comments. The FBA director John Corning, who sent Mike Pence to the Rainbow House, was one of their affiliates, and it was a piece of information not even known to Trump, who promoted John Corning. The depth of the water in Capitol was far beyond imagination. The people hoped to elect a president who was not within the Capitol's network. Therefore, this president could express their voice on their behalf. However, they had never thought how their choice would fare against a group of old and cunning foxes, who ate people without spitting out their bones, nor the complex network of interests. Trump didn't even know who he should believe, and it was hard to form a proper leadership team. After all, it was hard for him to find a few allies within his own party. If he happened to be in the interests of most people, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, the first thing he did when he took office was to touch the cake of the giant military-industrial complex. Just as Morgan and Rockefeller looked at each other and smiled for the victory on Wall Street, Vargas in South America was also paying attention to this sad inauguration ceremony. After the original news about sugar cube diplomacy came out, Vargas felt despair for the future of Colombia. Although he didn't know the agreement reached between the UA and XIN, he was certain that in front of greater interests, no one cared about what the Colombian people, or what Vargas thought. But things quickly turned. The death of President Trump allowed Vargas to see the determination of their allies. Unfortunately, this interim president that took over the military and political power of North Colombia obviously misunderstood the situation. Wall Street hoped to see the UA and XIN maintain antagonism, just like the Cold War, but it did not want to see a direct conflict between the two sides. But Vargas obviously did not understand this intention. At the end of Mike Pence's inauguration ceremony, a speech was delivered in Barranquilla, the capital of North Colombia. In front of the media, Vargas issued an impassioned war mobilization speech to all the supporters of the presidential republic in Colombia. The civil war was about to start. 20 kilometers north of Agua Chica, Highland 744. It was the front line of the standoff between South Colombia and North Colombia. A battalion of soldiers was stationed here, as well as mortars, recoilless launchers, and other infantry support weapons. The height of the main peak was complemented with the second peak and formed high and low firepower vantage points. The jagged terrain greatly strengthened the defense's advantage, which made Highland 744 a nightmare for all attackers. During the last civil war, the South Colombian guerrillas sacrificed nearly 1 battalion of troops before they took this position from a NATO-reinforced company. The first thing the commander of South Colombia ordered after they took this position was to reinforce the fortification. Reality proved the commander's foresight. When the flame of war was reignited, the highland to the east of the North Colombia defense line was like a nail smashed deep into the hinterland. It directly pierced into the palm of the North Colombia and NATO coalition force. Boom! The deafening sound of artillery explosion disrupted the tranquility of the night, and bursts of smoke densely covered the defensive positions from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. One after another, the flares that crossed the top of the mountain turned the entire night sky into broad daylight. This is the 6th Battalion of the 11th Mountain Brigade. We're under bombardment by North Colombia. I repeat, we're under bombardment. Dirt and cement flew freely in the air as he tried to communicate with the command headquarters, but the buzzing around him made it impossible to hear anything. The roar of artillery almost interrupted the call. The post located halfway up the mountain was hit by carpet bombing from North Colombia. The battalion commander was curled up in the crooked trenches as he roared into the radio with his hoarse voice. Everything happened so unexpectedly. Even though they had made enough preparations for this day, they were still caught off guard by the ferocious attack of North Colombia. The forces gathered by North Colombia surpassed 1 brigade, and the defensive scouts even saw tanks and armored vehicles under the mountain. The suppression of the artillery stopped momentarily, and the North Colombian soldiers gathered at the foot of the mountain had already begun to attack. The gunshots appeared from the foot of the mountain all the way up. The tracer bullets fired by heavy machine guns formed countless lines of death in the air, then immediately followed was the combat with less than 30 meters in between the two forces. The dark night disguised the bloody killing, and all deaths happened in close proximity. When daybreak approached, the 7th Battalion and the 19th Battalion from South Colombia that arrived for reinforcement, were still a step behind. Highland 744 was lost, and the North Colombian soldiers who consolidated their position on the hilltop would require South Colombia to use significantly more force to recapture the lost position. These shameless liars. Timoshenko slammed the phone on his desk and cussed it out inside his office. Just now, the announcement of the declaration of war in North Colombia was sent to his desk along with the news of the loss of Highland 744. The nonchalant tone of the North Colombia ambassador made him feel angry. If it weren't for the risk of offending the entire international community, he really wanted to catch the guy and gift him with a bullet. On my order, the 11th Infantry Division and the 13th Armored Division stationed in Medellin will mobilize to the front line immediately. The 31st Mechanized Division who is training in Tumaco will report to me in Bogotá immediately. Roger. The officer that stood in front of the desk performed a military salute and immediately ran out. Timoshenko took a deep breath and deliberated for a moment. Then, he grabbed the phone that he smashed onto the desk again and dialed the familiar number. He knew very well from the beginning that the power to decide the outcome of this war was not in the hands of the two protagonists on paper. If Celestial Trade was unwilling to send troops, then the fall of South Colombia was only a matter of time. After the ceasefire agreement was blatantly torn by North Colombia, the Colombian Civil War once again erupted. The 100,000 Celestial Trade and NATO soldiers stationed in North and South Colombia were suddenly pushed from exerting pressure from the back to the forefront of the war. Now, NATO was the first to cross the ceasefire line and fulfilled its duties as an ally. The volunteer army of Moro regrouped in Port Davao. This time it was not only Moro but even Country F and Madagascar, who were two countries that still had yet to establish a strong relationship with Celestial Trade, also sent a brigade of volunteers to support this war that determined the outcome in South America. After the initial warning, Jiang Chen personally called the UA embassy and used strong language. I will give you 12 hours to immediately return back to the ceasefire line. Within 12 hours, we will still recognize all the consensus reached by sugar cube diplomacy. 12 hours later, no matter what I discussed with your president a week ago, nothing will be recognized. Remember, you breached the agreement first. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chen didn't mention the word war in the warning. 12 hours later, instead of returning to the ceasefire line, the NATO coalition sent 5 more divisions to Colombia. The provocative artillery fire even approached the port of Tumaco where Celestial Trade was stationed. A large number of refugees poured into the Celestial Trade-controlled area from the front line. South Colombia was just like a small tree sapling in the eye of the storm, it was already on the verge of collapse. After Jiang Chen listened to the report from the front line, he put down the phone, remained silent, then he looked up at Ivan, as well as the Celestial Trade officers that were all focused on him. After a long time, he suddenly laughed and ridiculed in a half-joking tone. It seems that our warning was taken as an April Fool's joke. Although the tone of this sentence sounded like a joke, Ivan, who had been with Jiang Chen for the longest, already sensed the imperceptible anger in his boss's voice. Someone was going to be out of luck. They will not risk a full-scale war with the UA. After all, sugar cube diplomacy had just ended. No matter whether it is recognized or not, Xian and the UA reached a consensus at least within that hour. John McCain paused for a moment, then went on to say, as long as we launch a blitzkrieg against South Colombia and announce the launch of the withdrawal procedure of the UA troops stationed in Nippon, it will inevitably confuse celestial trade and make them hesitate between war and no war, and buy time for us to win the war. Graduated from West Point Military Academy, John McCain was not only an outstanding Army officer but also a scholar with an international strategic vision. After Trump was elected, as a hawk on the Republican side, he was appointed as the Rainbow House National Security Advisor. Mike Pence succeeded the unaccounted Trump as the president of the UA and retained the former president's appointments. Although North Colombia's sudden tearing of the armistice agreement forced the UA into an awkward state, President Pence quickly accepted the views of John McCain and other pro-war officials, and decisively launched an all-out offensive against South Colombia. Are we really going to withdraw troops from Nippon? Mike Pence frowned. If so, our strategic triangle in East Asia will be broken, and we seem to lose more than we gain. Although the last president signed an agreement with Celestial Trade and Nippon on the withdrawal of troops, the Cunning Hill did not initiate the withdrawal procedure during her tenure but left the issue to her successor. Mike Pence could use Hill's unconstitutionality as an excuse to delay or even refuse to implement the withdrawal agreement. From his perspective, it seemed like they were putting the cart before the horse and sacrificing the interest of UA in Nippon for Colombia. Withdraw? No, this is just our smoke bomb. A sinister smile appeared on John McCain's face. We need this smoke bomb to buy us a month. Just now, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and their conversation was rudely interrupted. A high-level Rainbow House official rushed in, with panic and anxiety written all over his face. What's going on, Mr. Biverso? Have you forgotten the basic etiquette of knocking before you come in? Mike Pence said with dissatisfaction. Celestial Trade. Gasping heavily, Biverso held the door frame as he tried to calm his breath. What happened to Celestial Trade? Pence frowned. They sent troops. Chapter 1458 A surprise attack on Port of Barranquilla. In the evening of February 17. Just half an hour after Celestial Trade announced its intervention in the Colombian Civil War, the first to arrive on the battlefield was a strategic EMP intercontinental missile. The dazzling electric spark only flickered in the air for a moment, and the brightly lit city plunged into darkness. Barranquilla was the center of the attack. It was the capital of North Colombia and a radius of hundreds of miles was in the strike radius of the EMP missile. There were countless control systems of power stations and substations burnt down, residential houses, hospitals, police stations, and other public facilities were all paralyzed. The NATO military based near Barranquilla was also struck by the EMP missile. However, unlike civilian facilities, the strike's damage on military facilities was not ideal. There was no panic. After a short 2-hour power failure, the NATO military base in Barranquilla quickly restored power. The engineers repaired the damaged electronic equipment based on procedure, eliminated the broken circuits, and replaced the damaged part. If the previous strategic EMP strike damaged 90% of NATO coalition forces' electronic equipment, this time, only around 13 to 15% of the equipment was damaged. Celestial Trade had long anticipated the outcome, and Jiang Chen did not think NATO would be foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. The miraculous effect that occurred in the Colombian Civil War last time was because NATO were caught off guard as they had never experienced this weapon. This time, the NATO coalition force used old-fashioned communication radio and other retired equipment, and the damaging effect of EMP on analog circuits was far inferior to its effect on digital circuits. On the other hand, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon provided solutions to the top military command of the UA with equipment such as Faraday spray, which also served some purpose. However, the NATO coalition force soon discovered that their speed of remedying the situation would never catch up to the speed celestial trade developed new weapons. Just an hour after the EMP strike, the radar at the Barranquilla military base had returned to normal. Senior officers gathered in the command room around a map to discuss the battle plan. In less than a day, they had successfully took control of Highland 744 and advanced 50 kilometers closer to the strategic town of Bucaramanga in South Colombia. If they could take control of Bucaramanga, the entire northern end of the Andes would return under their control, and the supply line between South Colombia and Venezuela would be pinched. But at this moment, countless black dots suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Enemy flying units approaching. Quantity, 220. Suspected to be ground attack missiles. In front of the computer, an observer wearing a headset immediately reported to the commander behind him. With his eagle-like eyes narrowed, the commander from the UA stared at the red dots on the big screen approaching the military base, then he ordered in a deep voice, "Launch the SLAMRAAM missiles to intercept." Roger. At the gate of the military base, the NATO soldier on guard raised his head and looked at the faintly shining bright spots not far away. "What is that? An aircraft?" Another soldier responded. "Where did so many aircrafts come from?" After a rough count, he made out around 100 black dots. They were likely the dark technologies of celestial trade. However, what confused him was that since they chose to sneak attack at night, the tail flames of the engine seemed too obvious. Or could it be that they didn't plan to hide from the beginning? But it would be too arrogant to look down on NATO coalition forces' air defense system. Even if it was the Aurora 20, if it dared to fly directly above their base, it would be shredded to pieces by the surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft guns. The surface-to-air missiles seemed to have confirmed the NATO soldiers' speculation. They launched from the center of the military base one after another and galloped towards the bright spots. Not surprisingly, the missiles hit the target one after another. Balls of flame exploded in the air, and the black smoke blended into the dark night. The soldier gazed at the explosion in the distance, lowered his rifle, picked up his binoculars from his chest, and looked towards the explosion. Then he exclaimed, "SH*T, it's so magnificent." But at this moment, that soldier's expression suddenly changed dramatically. The soldier next to him did not notice that his comrade's expression just changed. He looked at the smoke in the distance and asked casually. "Taken down?" The soldier slowly put down the binoculars and just stared into the night. Anxiousness and confusion flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself. "I'm afraid no." In the center of the military base, missile launch vehicles were parked on the ground, and all the missiles had been launched. The engineer on the side dragged out the missile rack from the warehouse and began to reload the missile launcher. Inside the missile launch vehicle, the squad captain Blevins, who pressed the launch button, grinned at the colliding red dots on the radar. Then he pumped fists with the soldier next to him. That was a home run. Beautiful sh*T. How could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, he put his face in front of the radar as he stared at the row of red dots accelerating in distance. He said to himself in complete disbelief, "This is impossible. This is impossible. No aircraft can survive a SLAMRAAM missile hit. Not even the Aurora 20. The SLAMRAAM air defense system developed by Raytheon was known as the Guardian of the Land. If the missile missed the target, it was believable. However, Blevins couldn't believe that with the missiles directly landing on the targets, the 200 flying objects were still intact. "Relock the target. Quick." Blevins immediately slapped the soldier next to him, but there was no time for them to launch another round of missiles. Not far from the missile launch vehicle, NS-90s slammed into the empty ground. The engineers who were reloading the missile hurriedly leaped to the side, and the nearby NATO soldiers also rushed behind cover. Blevins buried his head under the steering wheel, then only raised his head to peek out the window after a while. However, to everyone's surprise, the expected explosion did not happen. Just when everyone wondered if celestial trade missiles malfunctioned, they saw the black, iron coffins start to move, as if they had come to life. The steel plate armors retracted and exploded the mechanical skeleton that was shielded under the armor. A red glow lit up in the center of the spindle-shaped head, and then two cuboid automatic rifles popped out from the outstretched arms. Without warning, they started to spray out deadly flames at the soldiers behind the bunker. *T. Blevins cursed under his breath, then leaped out of the missile launcher with all his force. Almost simultaneously, an explosion engulfed him and the missile rack next to him in orange-red flames. Here is. We are under attack, static. Requesting backup. Fu *K. Medic. Soldiers fell one after another in the symphony of screams and explosions. The bullets only left dazzling sparks on the NS-90, and the war machine that moved in the crossfire was just like the T-800 in Terminator. The difference was that the former was more like a robot than the latter. But similarly, both came from the future. And they were born in NATO's own hands. The bloody massacre had just started, and this encounter had already gone beyond the scope of war. Even though the M4A1 bullet was strengthened as a countermeasure to Celestial Trade's kinetic skeleton, it couldn't even make a dent in the NS-90. The NS-90 in its most optimal state was indeed worthy of the name, Battlefield Janitor. Relying on the battlefield data provided by the Sky IX-1 military satellite, each war robot was like a grim reaper on the battlefield. Whenever the orange flame appeared, a blood splash quickly followed. In this kind of zero-distance combat, even if the NATO coalition force deployed the M1A2 main battle tanks, and the tanks were equipped with depleted uranium penetrators that could pose a threat to NS-90's titanium alloy armor, the threat depended on the penetrators hitting the NS-90s. The daunting bullet marks were left in every corner of the military base. Explosions and flames flickered one after another in the military base, and they even didn't stop when dawn arrived. It was noon on Coro Island on the other side of the Pacific Ocean when the NATO military base in the port of Barranquilla plunged into a sea of flames. However, the sea in the distance was as calm as ever. After Celestial Trade announced its armed intervention in the Colombian Civil War, the 10 Guardian-class frigates and 12 newly installed guided missile frigates docked at New Moon Island moved 100 nautical miles towards Guam. The move was a preventative measure in case the UA military would further escalate. After the Guam military base discovered Celestial Navy's movements, the station destroyers and guided missile cruisers quickly responded and departed from the port. The two sides were at a standoff at a distance of hundreds of nautical miles. There were dozens of anti-ship missiles that were locked onto the modified Guardian-class frigates. The captains of these UA warships knew that they would not be able to withstand a 10-kilogram shell, but at the same time, they believed that the Celestial frigate would also not have a good time after being hit with an anti-ship missile. For now, the two sides maintained their utmost sanity. All conflicts only stayed in Colombia, and the war did not show any signs of escalation. Of course, Jiang Chen couldn't determine whether they could still maintain such a reservation after Celestial Trade attacked the port of Barranquilla. At this moment, inside the office of the mansion, Aisha stood at Jiang Chen's desk. In front of her, 2 photos and a paper bag lied quietly on the desk. After Jiang Chen scanned the 2 photos and asked, "Who are these 2 people?" "Eugene Eric and Kane J. Just 12 hours before the flight went missing, they visited Mike Pence's house and stayed for more than 1 hour," Aisha reported. "What do they do?" Jiang Chen asked. The former was an employee of Cassidy Public Relations, a former Republican senator, and a well-known political broker on K Street. The latter was formerly named Lester Keynes, a former FBA agent, and died in a car accident in Georgia in 2007. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Good Lord, even the dead came back to life." Jiang Chen tapped his finger against the armrest, then said, Can you find these two people? The former has been found. Aisha put another picture on the desk and gently pushed it in front of Jiang Chen. After contacting Pence, Eric immediately took a flight to London, England. Gurney Vale was responsible for tracking his whereabouts, but when she found Eric following the clues, he had become a corpse in a motel in the suburbs of Nottingham. Gurney Vale was the code name of Monica Geller, and she was one of the early members of the Ghost Agents. After Rothschild turned against celestial trade, Jiang Chen sent her to Europe to command the Ghost Agents in Europe for intelligence activities. Since the other party killed Eric before Monica could get there, they were obviously not ordinary people either. As Jiang Chen connected Kane J's unique identity and the unsettled case decades ago, Jiang Chen lowered his head and deliberated for a moment. Then he spoke as he looked up again. Could it be that the FBA and Wall Street jointly plotted against the Air Force One? We don't rule out this possibility, Aisha nodded. Bernice is tracking Kane J's whereabouts. If there are no surprises, he should be in North America. If he didn't get silenced, he is probably controlled by the FBA. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Aisha stopped talking. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback, then he said, "Come in." With Jiang Chen's permission, Natasha pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw Natasha hadn't changed out of her work uniform, he asked with a hint of surprise. "You got off work so early today? I guess you might need my help, so I came back early." Natasha walked into the office, scanned the photos on the table, and said with a smile, "You guys got to Eric Eugene and Kane J already?" Jiang Chen was also straightforward when he heard Natasha said. He raised an eyebrow, then asked blatantly. "The KGB asked you to send a word?" "Yes, the Russian security services attaches great importance to this accident and dispatched a KGB team for this. It is said that this mission was personally instructed by Putin." Natasha sat down on the sofa in the room, crossed her slender legs, then smiled at Jiang Chen. "My former boss called the embassy, so I got off work early." "What did you find?" Jiang Chen asked. "The first point," Natasha shook her finger. Before visiting North America, Boeing had regular maintenance of Air Force One. This maintenance was completed under the joint supervision of the FBA and the Department of Homeland Security. According to our investigation, the engineer who overhauled the engine of Air Force One was Sloan Percy, a Florida native, who died of drunk driving 15 days ago. Second point, Natasha shook two fingers after a pause, and then continued, FBA Director John Corning, the former chairman of the Republican Senate Committee, has a close relationship with the Morgan Group. Did the FBA do it? Jiang Chen's eyes turned sharp. It's not just the FBA, Natasha said, the Department of Homeland Security, Boeing, which is responsible for the regular maintenance of Air Force One, some employees of their top military command, and a senior commander-level officer. Speaking of which, you should know who the biggest shareholder behind Boeing and whose interests he represents. Everything made sense. Air Force One was not shot down by missiles or other things at all. Instead, it was clearly the work of a mole. Air Force One had to send a distress signal during its fall, but this signal was obviously concealed by the murderer's accomplices. As for what they did, it would all depend on what the black box reveal. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen had a look of mischievousness. If he was the one to find the black box first, things would get interesting. So, what are you going to do now? Natasha looked at Jiang Chen after she changed the way she sat and put one leg over the leg. Trump is unaccounted for. It's very likely he is dead. NATO obviously does not intend to let go of the Colombia issue. For Morgan and Rockefeller, Mike Pence is an opportunity. With this opportunity, they can make the political landscape turn to the right. Not letting go, Jiang Chen laughed, opened his hands, isn't this great? It just so happens that I can use this opportunity to get rid of them once and for all. As for Mr. Trump, it doesn't matter if he is alive or not. All we need is a black box and a legitimate excuse. Are you going to attack the UA? Natasha's bright red lips opened slightly, and she looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Her right leg over her left knee came down as she muttered to herself, "You must be crazy." Huh? Did I say that? However, after a pause, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. "You are like a mind reader." The exploding ammunition rack blew off the top of the tank and left only the mainframe of the tank, as well as the swaying flame at the end of the main gun. Blood mixed with muddy water was roasted black by the explosion. The soldiers wearing helmets sat down beside the belt of the tank, the muzzle fallen onto the ground had already cooled, and the hollowness inside their pupils under the helmet was filled with horror. They crossed the ocean to fight against the Colombian rebels, but they never thought they would run into such an opponent. The rocket launch vehicle that was blown up by thermite burned in flames, and the fragmented steel told the tragedy of the previous battle. A dozen Osprey helicopters arrived late and landed in the center of the military base. After the Marine Corps soldiers saw the scene in front of them, they were all in disbelief, and not a word could come out of their mouths. In the middle of the military base in chaos, U.S. Army General Felton stood on this devastated battlefield, stared straight at the wreckage of the Patriot 3 launch vehicle not far away, and was in a state of shock for a long time. 220 NS-90 robots completely overwhelmed the 3 brigades he commanded. Less than a year has passed since their last confirmation, but the combat power of celestial trade made him feel like he was fighting against aliens and a type of aliens that only existed in Hollywood movies. He would rather believe that he did not wake up this morning, and all of this was just a nightmare. Colonel Fabian approached Felton, hesitated, and spoke. "Sir." After a long silence, General Felton spoke slowly. "Has the casualties been counted?" The statistics came out. After Fabian hesitated for a moment, he took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. A total of 1,677 soldiers were killed in battle, and the wounded are still being counted. General Felton took a breath. Although he had been mentally prepared, his heart couldn't help but spasm a few times after he heard this number. "Let the 3rd Mechanized Division withdraw to Barranquilla." "But the front line," Colonel Fabian said with difficulty in his tone. The 3rd Mechanized Division had already crossed Highland 744 and was preparing to join the 11th and 14th Mountain Divisions of North Colombia besieging Bucaramanga. The next plan was a joint offensive against the 5th Infantry Division of South Colombia stationed in downtown Bucaramanga. For the North Colombia force attacking Bucaramanga, the firepower support of the 3rd Mechanized Division was absolutely necessary. However, Felton could not care less at this moment. Today, it was robots being parachuted down. No one could guarantee that it would not be the Orbital Airborne Brigade thrown on him tomorrow. He didn't dare to gamble his own life on the courage of celestial trade. "If we can't even hold the command, even if we take Bucaramanga, it's meaningless." After a pause, Felton continued, "In addition, the casualty report should be sent to the people at Capital as soon as possible. We need reinforcements. If they still want to win this war. 200 versus 6,000. At the cost of fewer than 50 robots, more than 1,600 NATO soldiers were killed by NS-90 suspended rifles, and countless were wounded. Under the cover of Aurora 20s, the remaining 184 NS-90s, along with the scrapped robot wreckages, fought and retreated towards the port of Barranquilla, and finally jumped into the sea and were received by celestial trade submersibles waiting in the nearby water. They retreated in the direction of Venezuela. When this report was sent to Jiang Chen's desk by Ivan, he was still amazed by the number, despite the fact that he had expected such a result. As robots that even gave NAC a headache, the little guys were indeed worthy of their battlefield janitor name. Jiang Chen even fantasized in his mind with ill intentions. If Capital learned that these robots came from their descendants, what kind of reaction would they have? North Colombia's offensive against Bucaramanga has ceased, and the 2 divisions in Bucaramanga have retreated to the suburbs. But the siege hasn't stopped, right? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Ivan nodded. Then let us help our allies again. While Jiang Chen spoke, he sat up from the chair, turned on the holographic screen of his watch, called the Weather Control Center on Ange Island, and ordered. Let the heavy rain blow on the south coast of the Gulf of Mexico. The bigger the better. Although the NATO coalition force and capital were trying their best to block the news that Celestial Trade's AI soldiers raided Barranquilla and fully retreated finally spread through the platform known as the Internet. It was filmed by a phone, which was uploaded to YouTube, and finally spread like a virus on Twitter and Facebook. Although the video was very blurry, except for the explosion and the bursts of gunfire, and there was not even the shadow of the NS-90 in the video, from the M1A2 that was destroyed by the anti-tank rocket and the NATO soldiers collapsing on the ground, netizens could still feel the fierceness of the war through the screen. It just so happened that in the military base at that time, in addition to NATO coalition soldiers, there were also a few war correspondents from the United Kingdom. Although their cameras were confiscated afterward, the British journalist who was not afraid of death took a few photos with his phone. It was precisely because of those photos that netizens all over the world could see the true face of NS-90. AI soldier. Celestial Trade even managed to create this? This reporter is actually so lucky. Didn't Capital's military commentators say, electronic pilots are already the limit of future military, and it's impossible to build a robot soldier within a reasonable cost in the short term? Look at the calendar for me. Only a few days have passed. I don't know why, when I saw the red light in the center of the robot's head, I suddenly shuddered. The weapons of Celestial Trade are all manufactured by Future Military. Boycott the products of Future Group. While online public opinion continued to ferment, Celestial Trade did not make those who followed this incident wait too long. On the second day of the attack, Celestial Trade held a press conference in the heart of the sea, on Coral Island. More than 20 internationally renowned media companies were invited to attend, including 2 from the UA. At the press conference, Jiang Chen, the president of Celestial Trade, gave an official response to the incident. As always, he did not bring a script. Standing in front of the reporter's lenses, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and gave a concise speech. First of all, Celestial Trade expresses our regret for the attack on Barranquilla, but we will not apologize. At the time of the attack, more than 200,000 innocent Bucaramanga citizens were being displaced due to NATO's unilateral military action. 24 hours ago, we had warned the relevant countries that if they did not stop South Colombia's aggressive behavior, then Celestial Trade will join the righteous side and interfere with the civil war through military intervention. As long as it is a war, people will die. Presumably from the moment they set foot on Colombian soil, certain countries have been mentally prepared for this. We regret once again that for Mike Pence and everyone on Wall Street, you have turned all the progress of sugar cube diplomacy in vain with a conspiracy, and I have lost all my patience. Originally, we could welcome our future in another way, but now, when Jiang Chen spoke of this point, he took a moment to pause, let out a soft sigh and spread his hands. As you wish, we have met each other in battle. Compared with Jiang Chen's last sentence, the reporters were more intrigued by the sentence he said before. Vice President, Wall Street, conspiracy. There were too many possibilities. If anyone else said this sentence, it would not cause so many controversies. For the 8 presidents who died during their term of office, the cause of each death was enough to produce a conspiracy theory of no less than 100,000 words. However, this sentence was not said by anyone else, but Jiang Chen himself. Everyone was aware that Celestial Trade helped the UAE search for the missing Air Force One. They would not believe that Jiang Chen's statement was completely unfounded. Obviously, Celestial Trade had discovered something. All the reporters at the scene smelled a big conspiracy. However, just when they were about to ask further questions, Jiang Chen didn't give them a chance at all. He directly announced the end of the press conference and walked backstage. It's irrational to throw this news out at the press conference. If they know we are also looking for the black box, then they'll definitely obstruct us at all costs, even, Natasha complained to Jiang Chen while she followed closely behind him. They will even forge a black box or a corpse, right? As long as they have the assistance of Boeing, they can do it easily. After Jiang Chen pulled open the car door, he sat inside, then looked at Natasha who sat in after him with a smile. My dear Natasha, you have been away from the KGB for too long. Use your breasts to think about it. Even if we don't throw this smoke bomb out, will they let us search for the whereabouts of the black box? Natasha raised an eyebrow and was about to refute, but when she thought about it carefully, she suddenly realized that there was some truth to that. Any war requires a reasonable excuse. Otherwise, even if we win, the mess left behind will cause us to be devastated. When he saw that Natasha was no longer speaking, he smiled, then said, in the next 2 weeks, our Seagull class and Orbital Airborne Brigade will return from Mars. When it enters the synchronous orbit, the UA can prepare to surrender. And before that, we can make some preparations. Although she doubted Jiang Chen's self-confidence, Natasha finally gave up. Since the outcome would be determined in the next few days, she would soon be able to tell if he was bluffing or not. It's a pity for Trump, war is not a good choice. Natasha sighed and changed the subject. At least he is back in the country. There are Russian agents and ghost agents watching. Even if the FBA wants to play tricks, they have to weigh it carefully. I agree with your first point. War is indeed not the best choice, but it seems that we have no better choice besides war. About Trump, it doesn't really matter to us whether he is dead or not. After a pause, Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled. Believe it or not, even if he dies, I can make the dead come back to life. Natasha was stunned. The originally clear pupils suddenly looked confused, and a layer of fine mist gradually covered her eyes. When he saw her expression, Jiang Chen immediately regretted the decision. Marina Ivanovna Nikolaeva, a former KGB agent, Natasha's mother, was also the knot between her and her father. I know what you are thinking, but it was impossible at that time. Jiang Chen sighed softly as he looked at Natasha, who was in excitement and confusion. If you just need the same one for comfort, cloning technology can do it. However, you know that it is not real. Jiang Chen knew what she was thinking. She wanted to resurrect her mother who left her in her childhood. But it was impossible. Even science could not bring the dead to life. Natasha knew this, but when she heard Jiang Chen say the phrase, to bring the dead back to life, she couldn't help but feel the slightest hope in her heart. You bastard! She tried to hide the fact that she had wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly red because he saw her weak side. Perhaps she was trying to cover up this embarrassing moment, but Natasha suddenly leaped onto Jiang Chen with tears still in her eyes. Then she viciously bit onto Jiang Chen's lip and pressed him down on the chair. It took a long time before she finally raised her head while still riding on top of him. Her chest was still moving violently as she said with viciousness, "You shouldn't give me hope. Sorry, I didn't know you would have such a big reaction." Jiang Chen gently fiddled with the strand of hair beside her cheek, but his hand was pinched midair. The two gazed at each other silently. Just as the atmosphere in the car gradually became ambiguous, a weak cough suddenly came from the front. Natasha's gaze met with Aisha's eyes in the mirror. Her face suddenly turned red as she hopped down from Jiang Chen and sat upright in her seat. Aisha, who held the steering wheel, looked awkward. Although she didn't mind what they were doing, she was driving after all. She had been hesitant for a while, but in the end, she chose to protest with her weak cough to indicate that she was still here. On February 18, heavy rain poured into North Colombia. For the North Colombian soldiers besieging Bucaramanga, it was undoubtedly a torment. Not to mention the infestation of poisonous insects, the frequent landslides, mudslides after the heavy rain, the muddy mountain roads alone were a big test for the logistics of the North Colombian army. Due to the heavy rain, air support was not available. When the NATO 3rd Mechanized Division withdrew to Barranquilla, the two mountain divisions responsible for the attack on Bucaramanga were forced to halt their offensive. The price to pay was unbearable to besiege a city without firepower support, let alone attack a city located in the Andes. It was a fortress without walls. The eastern battlefield was at a stalemate, and the battlefield in the central part was also not optimistic. Bad weather prevented heavy bombers from reaching the battlefield. The coalition force advancing in the direction of Medellin could only rely on howitzers, self-propelled artilleries, and naval guns to support the battlefield. However, the South Colombian army was very cunning and had no intention of deciding the outcome of the war with the NATO coalition force on the plains. Not only did they station their main force in the urban area where NATO had to be cautious, but the rest of the force was also separated into smaller units and were concentrated to the rear to start guerrilla warfare. Days of heavy rain were undoubtedly a test for the offensive side. The NATO coalition force and North Colombia Army had invested a total of more than 10 divisions into the northern region of Medellin. Not only did they amass more than 100,000 troops, but they also mobilized more than 2,000 tanks. NATO coalition forces' original plan was to take Medellin within 3 days, then push to Bogotá within 5 days, but now, they were pinned down to the outskirts of Medellin, and stuck in a stalemate against the celestial trade army that arrived from the rear as reinforcement. No one thought that this war would be so difficult. Whether from the armor, to the firepower, or to the number of people, NATO was at an advantage in every category. However, South Colombia did not become the second Iraq, and the Operation Desert Storm-esque victory was not replicated. What made the NATO commander more anxious was that so far, they had not seen the whereabouts of the orbital airborne troops. Those iron robots were like the sword of Damocles. They hung above their heads, but they didn't know when they would fall. Compared with the NATO coalition force fighting on the front line, the new President Mike Pence, who had just completed his swearing-in ceremony, faced no less pressure than General Felton, who commanded on the front line. He knew very well that if he could not end this war in a short time, domestic pressure would make his life extremely difficult. The UA was sliding into a quagmire deeper than the Vietnam War, and in this quagmire, there was an enemy they did not want to face. There seemed to be only 2 choices left for the new president. Either add another bundle of firewood to this stove, or start a fire outside out of it. I propose to increase troops to Colombia. And mobilize our allies, especially the parasites who are in arrears with NATO military expenditure. Not a bad idea, but very difficult to execute. The United Kingdom has sent 2 divisions to support us, and France has also sent a division. We cannot expect them to invest more troops for South America that is not in their interests. What about Turkey? If we promise to help them enter the European Union, then we will offend at least 20 allies. There were endless quarrels and arguments in the conference room, and Mike Pence stared at the globe in the corner of the table without a word as he was immersed in his own thought. The problems the UA faced were far more severe than he imagined. Although the defense budget had continued to increase, the number of soldiers had steadily decreased. Since the end of the Iraq War and the end of the Afghanistan War, the total number of UA Army soldiers had dropped from 570,000 at its peak in 2012 to 480,000 in 2020. The current number of active soldiers was about 300,000 in the Air Force, about 320,000 in the Navy, and about 180,000 in the Marine Corps. Of course, these stats did not include the National Guards in each state. It was easier to mobilize the reserves to participate in a war than to mobilize the National Guards. In asymmetric wars, this number of standing troops was sufficient for a country with superior sea power. Unfortunately, they were now at a disadvantage against the technical prowess of celestial trade. Fortunately, Hill in her term suspended Obama's plan to reduce troops, otherwise, the current situation would only be worse. Folks, National Security Advisor John McCain knocked on the table with his knuckles and signaled everyone to stop arguing and look to him. He raised his voice and said, "There are already 130,000 of our soldiers fighting for Colombia's freedom. Based on the data analyzed by the top military command, if we want to gain overwhelming advantage in Colombia, we need to invest at least an army in South America. Moro and Madagascar volunteers are on the way, and those third world gangsters will drag us into the mess. At this point, McCain paused for a moment before he continued. You all overlooked the most effective method. While celestial trade is powerful, their strategic depth is limited. Whether it is the space elevator or the high-tech factories concentrated in Xi'an. Instead of throwing hundreds of thousands of people into the bottomless pit of Columbia, it is better to send our aircraft carrier groups to fight in the Western Pacific. Launch our intercontinental missiles. Even if their air defense systems are great, they can't make up the gap in numbers. We'll launch 400 Tomahawk cruise missiles to the space elevator and launch a strategic nuclear strike on the Ange Island industrial base. Even if they can arm every soldier to the teeth, we can also bring them back to the Stone Age. You are a lunatic. Another advisor sitting next to him exclaimed, we are not the only ones with nuclear weapons. If they launch a retaliatory attack on our homeland, but our gains are immense. McCain said firmly. If we look forward, as long as we absorb their technology and rely on the industrial strength of us and our allies, we will be able to colonize the Gliese 581 in a few decades. Instead of defending against aliens in front of the door. As for blowing up the space elevator, as long they possessed the technology, they could just build another one. Once the new space elevator rose again, they could take over celestial trade's Moon and Mars colony. At that time, the UA would lead the mankind of the future, not Xi'an or celestial trade. This is too risky. Mike Pence frowned, but he was seriously deliberating this possibility. He had heard of the submarine missile wells of celestial trade a long time ago, but Hill did one thing positive before she left office, and that was to introduce the THAAD air defense system into Guam and Wake Island. If Xi'an launched intercontinental missiles from the Western Pacific, there was a high probability that they would be able to complete the interception during the boost phase. But if the missiles could not be intercepted? Just when Mike Pence was hesitating, there was a phone call. McCain still wanted to persuade, but when he saw the president picked up the phone, he closed his mouth politely. The hand that held the phone turned pale and uncertainty was written all over Mike Pence's face. After he had put the phone down, the hand on the phone did not move, and he sat there silently. After a long silence, he raised his head and said, Lewis. Lewis, who served as the president's chief of staff, was slightly taken aback and replied. Mr. President. Go and inform the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of the Treasury, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the UA Army. Mike Pence paused for a while after he named about 20 names, then he said slowly, there'll be an emergency meeting in an hour, all members of the National Security Council must be present. Now, I ask all of you to leave the room for a moment. When Lewis, McCain, and other senior officials heard these words, their expressions all changed as they looked at each other. Everyone's emotion was different, just like their perplexed mood at the moment. Lewis looked at the president in disbelief, while McCain showed a look of ecstasy, but he quickly hid his joy behind a series of small actions. The National Security Council was established during the Cold War, and the president served as the chairman. Regular attendees included the Vice President, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Treasury, and National Security Affairs Advisor. As well as the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as the Military Advisor of the National Security Council, the Director of the CIB as the Intelligence Advisor. In addition, there were important officials such as the Chief of Staff, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security. Depending on the importance of the topics discussed in the meeting, the President would decide who participated in the meeting. From the level of attendees alone, it was not difficult to see the importance of this meeting. The last time an emergency meeting like this was held was 20 years ago when the president was named Bush. Soon after the meeting, the UA-led coalition went to Afghanistan and started the long-running war in Afghanistan. Taking a deep breath, Lewis nodded. I will go now. At the request of the president, the people in the conference room left one after another. After the room turned empty, Pence's shoulder slowly loosened. He didn't rush to prepare for the next meeting, but rather, he took out a pen from his inner pocket and examined it. Somehow, he suddenly remembered about a month and a half ago, during the handover. As the vice president, he was also there at the time. He could vaguely recall what happened. There had never been a president who looked relieved when they handed over the authority. It was as if what she had surrendered was not the supreme throne of this country, not the power, not the interests, but a heavy burden. Now he suddenly understood. Or rather regretted. She faced a madman, and now the madman stood in front of him. While he was still hesitant about whether to add a handful of firewood to the stove, the lunatic had put the fire out in the open. But it was useless to regret now, and it seemed that he had no right to choose from the beginning. When the president died, there was a vice president, and after the vice president, there was also the president of the Senate. From the moment Wall Street was unified, the checks and balances of power in this country began to become unbalanced, and the capitalists had gone completely lunatic. After a long silence, he picked up the phone, slowly dialed a number, and called a familiar person. He had to consult with some other people's opinions, although he also knew that it was likely futile work. The phone connected. There was no extra greeting. Pence sorted out the thoughts in his mind and said slowly. 20 minutes ago, in the Caribbean. The time returned to 2 hours ago. On the Caribbean Sea, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the waves raged. Heavy rainfall splashed onto the deck, the broad bow split the waves into half. Surrounded by 11 ships, the majestic Ford aircraft carrier sailed smoothly in the surging Caribbean Sea as it cruised around the northern coast of Colombia. With a total of 12 warships, the expanded Ford aircraft carrier battle group possessed more beyond visual range strike and anti-submarine capabilities. Due to the added emphasis on the ability to support ground forces, the flagship was changed from a guided missile frigate to the Ford aircraft carrier. The commander of the aircraft carrier battle group was still Major Admiral Hogg. While he served as the captain of the Ford, he also served as the commander of the aircraft carrier battle group. An F-35 landed on the runway through the curtain of rain. After it was hooked by the arresting cable, it gradually came to a stop. The ground crew in red, yellow, and green jogged forward while the pilot wearing a helmet jumped out of the cockpit, wiped the rain off his face, and walked aside. The violent storm in the past few days had brought a lot of trouble to the Ford aircraft carrier battle group responsible for supporting NATO coalition force operations. Not only did the difficulty and risk of taking flight increase, but the airstrike effectiveness also decreased exponentially. Of course, there was also an advantage. The advantage was that from the beginning of the war to now, the carrier-based fighters on the Ford had performed 15 airstrike missions, and none of them were intercepted by Aurora 20s. Perhaps it could be that Celestial Trade's fighters were not designed to deal with severe weather conditions. Apart from this reason, Hogg could not rationalize any other thoughts. Inside the Ford bridge. Like a sculpture, Hogg stood in front of the window of the bridge with his hands behind his back and his eagle-like eyes were fixated on the fighter that had just landed. It was impossible to tell what was going on inside his mind. The crew members inside the bridge were also busy in their respective posts. Except for the occasional work communication, there were no other voices. "This damned weather," Lieutenant Captain Griffin complained in a low voice as he looked out the window. "I wonder when it will end." If the weather condition did not improve, they would not be able to launch airstrikes against the defense force at Medellin and Bucaramanga, and the current situation would remain in a stalemate. How is the situation on the front line? It's still the same. Our people are pinned to the outskirts of Medellin. I heard that it's worse on the ground, with visibility of fewer than 20 meters. Attacks in this kind of weather are too difficult. Not only do we have to beware of snipers from South Colombia, but we also have to watch out for mudslides that may happen at any time. It's not this that is even more worrying. Griffin paused and continued, "I don't know what Celestial Trade is doing." After the war began, other than the raid they launched in Barranquilla, the majority of the force seemed to be stuck at Tumaco. "This is indeed concerning," Hogg nodded thoughtfully, then looked out the window. "I hope this storm will stop soon." Celestial Trade's abnormal decision to keep its force stationary was concerning. For the NATO coalition force, the most critical point was to take Medellin in a blitz. As long as they controlled Medellin, no matter what Celestial Trade was plotting, they would have won half of the war. However, instead of stopping, the storm seemed to be turning more severe. Just as Hogg was about to sit down on the chair next to him, a string of dazzling red dots suddenly flashed on the radar screen. As the incident happened so abruptly, everyone was caught off guard for a second. Major Admiral Hogg's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed the radio on the table and shouted. "Attention all units. Enemy aircraft spotted. Fighters take off immediately. Anti-aircraft firepower on standby. Damn it, when did they approach us?" After a series of orders were issued, Hogg slapped the radio down, then walked behind the radio observer as he stared at the screen and cursed fiercely. A typical dual aircraft carrier battle group usually would adopt a three-tier system of offensive, defensive, and firefighting capabilities. The first and second tiers were used to attack the enemy and protect the entire aircraft carrier formation. The third tier was the defensive capabilities of each combat unit inside the battle group. The first layer was the so-called outer defense zone. It was 200 to 400 kilometers away from the mothership. It was served by the spy for a carrier-borne long-range air search radar, military reconnaissance satellites, and E-2C early warning aircraft in the battle group. In the second layer of the middle defense zone, the shipborne spy 1A phased array radar, as well as SPS-43, 49 and other long-range sea-to-air search radars serve as goalkeepers. However, now, Celestial Trade's fighters had directly penetrated through their first and second layers of defense, and they didn't realize it until they appeared in front of their faces. Obviously, Celestial Trade had upgraded their invisible materials. This situation had never occurred before. The carrier-based fighters parked on the deck took off in an emergency. On the other side, at the end of the deck, a series of white mist sprayed. Dragging the tail flames, countless air-to-air missiles galloped into the air, the defense turrets fired into the stormy sky, and layers of fire powers were sent into the curtain of rain. On the radar screen, rows of red dots separated from the aircraft carrier approached the red dots that marked the Celestial Trade's battle formation, then they collided together without any suspense. The hit rate far exceeded Hogg's expectations, and more than half of Celestial Trade's fighters were hit by missiles. However, what happened next made everyone widen their eyes. The rows of red dots stopped for a second before they continued forward as if nothing happened. The fighters that were hit went unscathed. The godforsaken Celestial Trade. Are their planes made of steel? Hogg stood there dumbfoundedly, and it was the only thought left in his mind. Fighters were not made with steel, but the NS-90s were. In addition to being made out of titanium alloy armor, the disposable armor on the outside of NS-90 was entirely made of grade A steel doped with graphene materials. Not to mention the anti-aircraft turrets and air-to-air missiles on the USS Ford, even if it was Celestial Trade's own electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon, the shots had a ricochet rate of 70%. And even if the outer layer of armor was damaged, it did not matter, since it was designed to be taken off after it landed. Mixed in the NS-90 formation were 11 Wings of Freedom and 24 Aurora 20s. When the battle formation was 2 kilometers away from the edge of the aircraft carrier battle group, the fighters began to separate from the NS-90. They avoided the incoming anti-aircraft firepower and rushed directly to the fighter squadron on the Ford aircraft carrier that had yet to finish taking off. A dog fight was immediately set off. The combat distance was compressed to its limit from the very beginning, and the flashing flares were like fireworks blooming in the rain. The two sides were like line infantries. They exchanged the air-to-air missiles and anti-ship missiles mounted under the wings immediately. Then with the weights removed, they fought head-to-head with their guns and entered the bloodiest close combat. Flames of the explosion connected in the air. The trajectory of the bullets danced up and down in a heavy storm, and the broken wings and plane wreckages scattered down from the air from time to time. On the other side, the NS-90s that landed on the deck of the Ford pushed away the damaged disposable armor, and locked onto the Marine Corps soldiers who fired back with their spindle-shaped heads. Inside the silent retina, a crimson light known as slaughter was awakened. Without the obstruction of heavy armor, the NS-90s on the deck were like the sickle of the Grim Reaper. They unleashed their firepower through the heavy machine gun in their hands and harvested the life of the soldiers desperately trying to surround them. For a moment, a bloody storm was also brewing on the deck. All land combat units on the ship, head to the deck immediately. We need to retake our runway. Quick! Major Admiral Hogg roared into the radio. NS-90. The culprit who attacked the Barranquilla military base. Hogg did not expect that this machine was not only capable of airborne ground operations but also could be used for raids on aircraft carriers. At this moment, a brilliant ball of flame suddenly exploded in the middle of a missile frigate not far from the Ford. The black plume of smoke floated up, and the entire ship was like a broken chopstick, breaking apart from the middle in a series of deafening cracking sounds. The seawater rushed in through the fracture but couldn't swallow the burning flames. The sailors on the deck dived into the water, and they didn't even have time to put on a lifebuoy. After a while, the guided missile frigate was swallowed by the tumbling waves. Inside the previously noisy bridge, the sudden silence was terrifying. Major Admiral Hogg and Lieutenant Captain Griffin looked out the window dumbfoundedly. They both were at a loss for words. They were momentarily lost, but the screaming report that echoed in the room finally pulled everyone in the bridge back into reality. Our guided missile frigate sunk. Damn it, it's a celestial trade submarine. Chapter 1464. Is it necessary to bet? It was not just the guided missile frigate that was sunk. There was a total of 4 nuclear submarines that launched assaults beneath the ocean surface, all of which were modified by the dark technologies by the joint effort of future military and future heavy industries. Apart from the hull that appeared to be similar to the Kilo-class diesel-powered submarine, there was not the slightest sign of the past. 8 torpedoes were launched simultaneously, and the flames of the explosion lit the gloomy sea level into red. After the Ford aircraft carrier battle group lost a guided missile frigate, a destroyer, and an attack nuclear submarine, the air defense capability was instantly weakened to a minimum. The already crumbling air superiority also began to favor celestial trade. On the Ford aircraft carrier, the flame of battle had burned from the deck to below the deck. NS-90s used thermite to blow up some anti-aircraft weapons, melted through the sealed hatch, and split into 2 directions. Part of the AI soldiers went to the hangar, while the rest directly attacked the bridge. The NS-90s that entered the ship went into a fierce exchange of fire inside the narrow hallways with the Marine Corps soldiers that arrived as backup. The bullets with orange-yellow trajectories bounced inside the steel hallways. The NS-90s relied on their strong armor and disdain for death to tear a path of blood through the Marine Corps' line of defense. On the other side, in the carrier hangar, the SEALs equipped with special equipment developed by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the NS-90s. The power armor that they mimicked did not bring many advantages. Although the anti-armor firepower was somewhat effective against NS-90s, the 10-to-1 or even 20-to-1 loss exchange ratio made everyone's morale depressed. This is Delta, we're engaging enemy units. Weapon lift is destroyed. Celestial trade has penetrated into the hangar, we need backup. Hold your position, don't retreat. *T. HH, the static noise that transmitted in Major Admiral's ear turned his expression even gloomier. There were less than 200 NS-90s. Although he did not optimistically think that the war would be easy, he did not expect it to be so one-sided. The Delta team in the hangar was equipped with the Sea Beast power armor developed by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The power armor was not only installed with the newly developed microjet engine, but the front armor was even installed with the expensive titanium alloy used on spacecraft. The Delta was originally prepared for the Orbital Airborne Brigade of Celestial Trade. But it had already encountered its death here. At this moment, the hatch was slammed open, and the Marine Corps officer who was shot in the shoulder stumbled in. Hogg instinctively reached for his waist, but after he saw the person, he immediately grabbed him and held him straight. When everyone in the bridge saw the injuries on the officer's body, people started to panic. Everyone thought that their powerful Marines would eliminate the robots that landed on the deck and regain control of the deck and the weapon lift, but they didn't expect the situation to deteriorate to this point. "Wayne! What's wrong with you?" Hogg held on to Wayne and said with a surprised and shocked look. "We can't hold the fort anymore, retreat." Wayne was breathing heavily. After he was helped into a chair to sit down, he immediately grabbed Major Admiral Hogg's hand and stared at his commander with bloodshot eyes. Slowly, word by word, he said, "Those robots, we can't deal with them. Quickly, retreat." Ow. Just as he spoke, there was an explosion outside the bridge. Everyone inside the bridge felt the tremor from under their feet approaching. Retreat? There was a sign of misery on Hogg's pale face. He looked at the rain curtain dotted with flames outside the window, and his tight shoulders suddenly relaxed. Where else can we retreat to? Their fighters were above sea level, their submarines were below sea level. Whether above or below, they had no way out. After all, the Pentagon underestimated the strength of the enemy. From the very beginning, this stupid war should not be fought. The downpouring Caribbean Sea had already turned into a sea of flame. Whether it was Celestial Trade launching a surprise attack on the Ford aircraft carrier battle group located outside the theater, or attacking the aircraft carrier by airdropping the NS-90s to the deck, the series of attacks all caught Pentagon completely off guard. However, what really caught the 150,000 NATO allied forces under Medellin by surprise was not the bloody storm in the Caribbean Sea. They didn't need to face the bad news from hundreds of kilometers away, but more serious trouble was awaiting. At the time when Celestial Trade launched an attack on the USS Ford, a heavily armed force on the southern coast of the Caribbean Sea moved quietly under the cover of a storm, along the mountainous area near the coastline, towards the North Columbia-controlled turbo. "Very good, I see." After Jiang Chen put the phone down, he took a deep breath, then a subtle smile began to form. "You attacked the Ford aircraft carrier battle group?" Natasha's expression changed dramatically as she immediately jumped up from the sofa. "Go to Russia with me." "Why are we going to Russia?" Jiang Chen was confused. "To take you to the doctor." "You are crazy." "Crazy?" After he processed what she said for a second, he started to laugh. Then he leaned back on the sofa and said in a mocking tone, "How come I don't see any issues? Tell me how I am crazy." After Natasha took a deep breath, she said anxiously, "Pence is different from Hill. The ruling party is the Republican Party, and he is a hawk in the Republican Party. Do you think he is afraid to launch a strategic nuclear attack on Xi'an? You are betting with your own life." "Betting?" Jiang Chen smiled, and said in a relaxed tone, "Is it necessary to bet? Are you still counting on strategic deterrence? How many of your missiles can escape interception during the boost phase? Don't tell me you don't know. The UA has deployed THAAD systems on Guam and Wake Island, and more than half of the aircraft carrier battle groups have been mobilized to the Pacific region. What is the strategic depth of Xi'an? Only a few hundred square kilometers in total. The boost phase was the ascending phase of the missile, which was the easiest phase for interception. No matter how high the cruise orbit was nor how fast the speed was, it was necessary to accelerate from zero, and it was the weakness of almost all intercontinental missiles. With how anxious Natasha looked, even though he knew she was worried about his safety, Jiang Chen still couldn't help but chuckle. When she saw Jiang Chen not only did not wake up, but continued to smile, she rolled her eyes vigorously, sat back on the sofa with her arms folded, and breathed hard into her bangs, as if she was venting her dissatisfaction. "If you're scared, you can go back to your home for a while," Jiang Chen joked. "Scared? The word doesn't exist in the blood of Slavs," Natasha said with a cold look. "The worst scenario is to die with you." "Ahem, take it easy, it's too early for us to die." Jiang Chen comforted her, and after a short pause, he looked out of the living room window with ease, then he continued with a casual, relaxed tone, "Isn't it just a nuclear strike? I will let you know what my real trump card is." The northern region of Apoltado was a mountainous region covered by tropical rainforest. The location was far away from highways and cities, with only an endless tropical rainforest that spanned the landscape. Other than a few villages scattered on the edge of the rainforest, there was not the slightest sign of human activity here. The heavy rain in the past few days turned the already aged roads even muddier because of the water that washed down from the mountains. Even the most experienced explorers and travel companions would not choose to enter this rainforest at this time. And at this moment, in the depths of this jungle, a group of soldiers armed to their teeth were marching in the direction of Turbo in an orderly manner. "We're almost there. We'll get to Apoltado in 20 kilometers, which is the edge of this jungle. Then we will follow the highway to Turbo." André shouted to the soldiers beside him. André, the captain of the South Colombian guerrilla, acted as the guide for Celestial Trade Army. "Are you familiar with this area?" Gao Jian asked when he glanced at the satellite map on the holographic screen on his left arm. Of course, there was a touch of pride that appeared from the corner of his mouth that was turned up. Andrew continued with his not-so-fluent Mandarin. "I grew up in this area. Even with my eyes closed, I can walk out of here." "It's better to keep your eyes open." Gao Jian looked around. "We are getting closer and closer to the enemy position." In the Turbo, the streets were empty without any civilians. Because the location was close to the front line, the local residents were evacuated to the nearby city of Monteria by the North Colombian government forces. At this moment, Port of Turbo was completely under the military control of the NATO coalition force. Not only were checkpoints set up at the main entrances, but soldiers wearing urban camouflage could occasionally be seen patrolling the streets. Stationed here was the 27th Infantry Brigade and the legendary 1st Battalion of the 75th Ranger Regiment of the UA. Although most supplies were transported from Monteria to the front lines, Turbo, as the front line of the war zone between North and South Colombia, possessed a strategic value that could not be underestimated. As the elite of the UA and the entire NATO coalition force, they were responsible for guarding the dead ends of the coalition force's offensive front. Not only did they have to be on guard against South Colombia guerrillas from suddenly emerging from the rainforest and threatening the supply line, but they would also have to use their mobility advantage to launch a surprise attack against the South Colombia rear by directly mobilizing their troops through the rainforest. This force could be described as a sharp blade hidden inside the sleeve of the NATO coalition force. *T, I don't know when this storm will end. A young soldier from UA looked at the downpour outside the window, cursed in annoyance. He sat by a checkpoint and waved his hand to get rid of the mosquitoes around him. "Compared to here, I would rather stay in the desert and feed the camels." It was raining, but there was not the slightest freshness in the air. The air here was so humid all year round. It felt like breathing through a damp cloth. Coupled with the stalemate in the battle, all the soldiers from UA who looked forward to attacking the city inside a Hummer felt disappointed. "It's okay if it rains," the shaggy veteran grinned. "It's better than going to the front line to die." "You're kidding," the soldier raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, "against those apes that haven't evolved. The guerrillas in South Colombia are problematic, but they are not the threat." The look in the veteran's eyes turned into reminiscence, and after a pause, he continued, "Celestial Trade are different. They are not just a threat, but also deadly." As if he had heard something comical, the soldier pursed his lips and said in a half-joking tone, "I do admit Celestial Trade are very strong, but don't you think you look too highly of them?" Our number is 10 times as many as theirs. Our aircraft carrier battle group is cruising in the Caribbean, and their aircraft carrier. I almost forgot, they don't even have one. There was a moment of silence before the veteran said. If you had participated in the Colombian Civil War last time, you wouldn't have said that. Really? The soldier curled his lips again, then mocked in the same half-joking tone, I think if we stood here last time, maybe this civil war would have ended last time. After the veteran heard his arrogant speech, he smiled and was about to refute. However, he felt alarmed. He immediately reached for the rifle next to him, and just as he cautiously stood up, several short shots were fired simultaneously. Pew pew pew. The orange-yellow trajectories flickered, without the slightest warning, and the soldiers from UA at the checkpoint collapsed into a pool of blood. The soldier who showed disdain prior was now on the ground. His pupils were dilated and it took a long time for the light in his eyes to diminish. The thunder that exploded in the air covered up the gunshots that erupted at the checkpoint and no one was alerted. The invisible boots stepped into the puddles, and the raindrops that dripped down outlined the kinetic skeleton. After they had confirmed that the entire checkpoint had been cleared, a dozen soldiers in K2 kinetic skeleton had assembled at the checkpoint while they gradually appeared under the rain. The man in the front pressed his helmet and reported in a deep voice. Team B is in place. The checkpoint has been cleared. Received. Attention all combat units, enter the town. Roger. Like ghosts, a force covered by the jet-black kinetic skeleton appeared from the depth of shadows inside the rainforest. Pairs of iron boots stepped through the muddy road, and the heavily armed soldiers quickly passed through the emptied checkpoint and broke into the port of Turbo controlled by the UA military. The patrolling soldiers finally found these uninvited guests when the celestial trade soldiers infiltrated in. Enemy attack. With a loud roar, the attacked patrol team immediately buried their heads behind cover as they fired back with the rifle in their hands against the celestial trade soldiers. After a grenade launcher fired, it exploded at the door of a shop tens of meters away. This explosion ignited the fierce confrontation between the two sides. Attention each unit, turn off the safety, fire freely. I repeat, fire freely. The whole town boiled. The orange-yellow bullet trajectories weaved through the rain and intertwined into a giant net named Death. Gao Jian leaned against the cover, then quickly tapped on the holographic screen on his left arm a few times. The hummingbird drone hovering in the air immediately rushed to the UA soldiers hiding behind cover, and the turret underneath immediately unleashed its fury. The soldiers who were shot fell to the ground screaming, they were dragged into the bunker desperately by their uninjured comrades. Several light machine guns fired into the air, and soon two drones smashed down. However, their mission had already been completed. Through the gap where the UA soldiers stopped firing back, Celestial Trade continued to advance forward rapidly. Just as the UA soldiers stationed on the other side of the street responded in a hurry, the whistling sound of the propeller suddenly appeared above them. Cam, the commander of Company C of the 1st Ranger Battalion, who was in charge of the battle, suddenly looked up, and a look of joy appeared on his face. It's our helicopter. The Apache gunship that suddenly appeared from among the buildings aimed with its turrets on both sides and the M230 cannon in the middle at the advancing Celestial Trade in the 1st Ranger Battalion's position. However, Cam's smile soon froze after merely 2 seconds. A surface-to-air missile that dragged a white smoke column sprang up from the other side of the street. It had ignored all the flares in the air and directly slammed into the Apache. With a loud bang, the Apache that had just appeared for 2 seconds plunged into the commercial street not far away and was surrounded by black smoke. The burning launch tube scalded the raindrops into water mist. A crocodile armored vehicle appeared from behind Celestial Trade and advanced onto the street. The machine gun in the center of the turret, which was as thick as a bowl, slowly stopped in the center. The armor reflected a pair of pupils that were gradually filled with fear. Cam had only one thought in his mind. How did their armored vehicles pass through that rainforest? There was no suspense left in the ensuing battle. Under the cover of the armored vehicles, Celestial Trade Infantry pushed towards the center of Turbo through the 4 main roads. Originally, because of the existence of kinetic skeleton and hummingbird drones, the UA soldiers' individual firepower was inferior. With the armored vehicle support, the outcome of the war was already determined. The Rangers that suffered consecutive defeats continued to retreat, and finally established the last line of defense in the port area while they waited for the rescue team from the command post. On the other side, on the mountain road to the west of Mount Palomillo, 30 kilometers away from Turbo, the 34th Mechanized Brigade that arrived for reinforcement from the southeast was ambushed by the 5th Armored Brigade of Celestial Trade near Chigorodo. The Tiger IIs hidden in the jungle opened fire and the shells launched from afar completely caught the UA 34th Mechanized Brigade mobilizing on the mountain road off guard. Neither the M1A2 main battle tank or the M2A3 infantry fighting vehicle could take a hit from the 5-kilogram projectile accelerated to a speed beyond the speed of sound. If the shell landed on the tank track, it would knock the weight-bearing wheels off, and if the shell hit the body of the tank, it would penetrate the outer armor along with the inner depleted uranium armor. More than 20 tanks broke down on the road. The 34th Mechanized Brigade, under the cover of the onboard smoke grenade, hastily fired back into the mountainous range while the force withdrew from the battlefield. 3 Apache gunships immediately took off from the NATO operation base on the outskirts of Medellin and outflanked the Celestial Trade 5th Armored Brigade in the mountain. But the Apache formation only made it halfway there before it haplessly encountered the Aurora 20s that just returned from the Caribbean. The battle between helicopters and fighters could only be described as a tragedy, not to mention that the helicopter's bomb nest was full of ground-to-surface missiles on an anti-tank mission. The fighters' guns fired from a long distance away, and the Apache gunships did not even have a chance to fire flares before they crashed into the mountain. The 2 Aurora 20 formations only glanced at the UA 34th Mechanized Brigade before they ignored the enemy force and continued their flight back to the military base in the Tumaco Special District. The UA soldiers on the ground all breathed a sigh of relief. If these fighters persisted, only a few tanks would survive with only so many air defense vehicles in the force. However, they didn't know that these Aurora 20s did not engage in a battle because they had exhausted the majority of their ammunition. If the UA force learned that these fighters just returned from the Caribbean, they would not be too happy either. The support rockets launched from the outskirts of Medellin arrived at the battlefield, and the bombardment of rockets covered the mountain. However, Celestial Trade's 5th Mechanized Brigade had already dug out tank shelters 2 days ago, and NATO's rockets did not even cause a splash other than a Tiger II that had its track belt accidentally blown off due to poor evasive maneuver. Under the cover of rocket bombardment, the 34th Mechanized Brigade finally gained the opportunity to continue its retreat. As for the 27th Infantry Brigade and the 75th Ranger Battalion that fought in Turbo, except for a small number of them that withdrew to the direction of Monteria, most of them were disarmed by Celestial Tard besieging the port. The silence inside the headquarters was terrifying. Just 2 hours ago, they were still discussing where Celestial Trade, which seemed to be disconnected from the battle from the very start, had gone. However, unexpectedly, they bypassed NATO coalition forces' main force, passed through more than 300 kilometers of tropical rainforest, and directly raided Turbo on their flank. No wonder they did not appear for more than a week, they went into the rainforest. Because of the harsh climate, neither early warning aircraft nor observation satellites were able to detect their movement. Especially given that the 2 strategic cities of Medellin and Bucaramanga were both at a critical juncture, NATO's attention was all pulled to South Colombia, and they did not expect Celestia Trade to launch such a sneaky attack. Immediately destroy the road from Turbo to Monteria, and move a mechanized division from the front line to garrison in Monteria. General Felton was the first to break the silence in the command post. As the top commander of the NATO coalition force, he made a decisive decision and immediately ordered. But on North Colombia's side, Deputy Commander Beliden frowned. If we allow Celestial Trade to cut off our supply line, 170,000 NATO soldiers and 200,000 North Colombian soldiers will be in danger. I will explain to Vargas. Now, immediately send engineers to blow up the road, before celestial trade moves towards Monteria. You must act fast. The officer standing next to him hesitated, took a look at Deputy Commander Belleden, and finally gritted his teeth, stood straight, saluted, and ran out of the post. Roger. After a pause, Felton then looked at the correspondent sitting in front of the computer and ordered. Contact the Ford Aircraft Carrier Battle Group immediately and ask them to send F-16s for reconnaissance in Turbo. I need to know how many enemies, how many armored vehicles, and how many tanks there are. They must get an accurate number. Roger. Damn it, I can't get in touch with them, they're not responding. When Felton heard these words, he was visibly stunned, then he frowned. We can't reach them. It seemed too abnormal. Based on the combat order issued by the top military command, to effectively support the Colombia battlefield, all combat units of the Ford Aircraft Carrier Battle Group had to be on standby at all times. Even if it was not the case, the loss of communication absolutely could not happen in this state. Could it be EMP? Felton quickly denied this possibility. Large units such as aircraft carriers and destroyers were designed with electromagnetic pulses in mind, and it had been confirmed during the last Colombian Civil War that EMP weapons have minimal impact on aircraft carrier battle groups. Just then, the satellite phone in Felton's pocket suddenly rang. There was only one place that could reach the number on this phone. Without any hesitation, Felton pressed the connect button and put the phone closer to his ear. Hello. The command room became quiet. General Felton's expression gradually turned gloomy, and the officers in the room all felt something was wrong. About 5 minutes later, the call finally ended. Felton didn't say a few words from beginning to end, except for MHM, and, yes, all that was left was a silence that was even more depressing than his face. The call was from the top military command. He broke the silence and put the satellite phone back into his pocket. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Bad news." What happened? Belleden frowned. Our Ford Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, one word at a time. Felton squeezed the sentence out from his gritted teeth. With all the eyes in the room looking at him in surprise and uncertainty, he finally finished the last half of the sentence, was sunk. To be precise, it was not sunk but occupied. If Celestial Trade's goal was to sink the Ford aircraft carrier, then it would not be necessary to go through the trouble to drop the NS-90s there. 2 anti-ship missiles would be enough to do the job. Or a Category 6 Hurricane would also shred these steel ships into pieces. However, for Jiang Chen's next plan, an aircraft carrier was necessary. Therefore, this new generation of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers developed with the most cutting-edge technology in the UAE was graciously accepted by Jiang Chen. Celestial Trade did not only take control of the Ford but also an anti-submarine frigate, a guided missile destroyer, and 2 supply ships. As for the other ships and submarines, they were sunk one by one after the Aurora 20s and Wings of Freedoms gained air supremacy. After the mission was complete, the Aurora 20s returned to the airport in Tumaco for resupply, while Wings of Freedoms landed on the aircraft carrier to prevent the UAE from blowing up the carrier. It was not until Aurora 20s completed the resupply did Wings of Freedoms change defenses and return to the airbase for resupply. This epic victory would go down as one of the most spectacular ones in history. More than 2,000 UAE Navy soldiers were captured. Except for a small number of crews who were left behind, most of the captives were quickly sent to port of Tumaco, occupied by the 11th Aero Fleet Brigade of Celestial Trade, where they were locked up with the UAE soldiers who had surrendered. Although Celestial Trade did not join the Geneva Convention, the treatment of prisoners of war had been quite generous. It was the case since the last Colombian Civil War. As long as the soldiers surrendered their weapons honestly, not only could they enjoy beef, bread, and vegetable soup every day, but they would also be able to return home safely after the war. Because of this, these captives who were fed like pigs behaved quite obediently. After all, it was not their war, and no one felt ashamed of surrendering. Although these captives were not ashamed, the Rainbow House and the top military command obviously thought otherwise. In their view, Celestial Trade's airstrike on the Ford aircraft carrier battle group in the Caribbean had already escalated the situation beyond the scope of a regional conflict. This had given the UA a sufficient reason to burn the flames of war outside Colombia. Just when the world was shocked by the news that the Ford aircraft carrier battle group collapsed, the Rainbow House issued an ultimatum to Celestial Trade. Celestial Trade was required to return the aircraft carrier within 72 hours and release the detained prisoners of war, otherwise, they would pay the consequences. In addition, the Rainbow House asked the embassies of various countries to withdraw from Coro City immediately. During this time, the heavy rain that gathered over South America seemed to be showing signs of drifting across the ocean. After the Rainbow House's 72-hour ultimatum was issued, panic spread among the people of the two countries. Whether it was the citizens of UA or the people in Xi'an, they all felt anxiety and concern about the opponent they were about to face. One was a veteran world power, and the other was a rising star in the 21st century. A moment ago, everyone was still together dreaming of going hand in hand to the future. However, they were now fighting because of an unrelated country. At least in the eyes of most of the people in UA. Why should we bet on the future of our country for the sovereignty of Colombians? If the president still has a brain, stop this war. Oh, God, although these things shouldn't be said. I thought that after the idiot stepped down, a slightly more normal guy would take power. Couldn't even this little demand be fulfilled? Against nuclear weapons. We want peace, not nuclear war. Anti-war demonstrations did not just happen in the capital, but also in Coro City. Some protested against Jiang Chen, and some protested against Celestial Trade. Even though most people in Xi'an enjoyed the prosperity brought about by Celestial Trade, not everyone was satisfied with this violent organization that ruled above the country. External pressure and fear of nuclear weapons seemed to ignite this emotion. 24 hours after the ultimatum was issued, about 50,000 protesters marched on the street and blocked the road outside the presidential palace of Xi'an, which forced New Moon Island to urgently dispatch a rapid response force. Immediately after physical altercations broke out between these anti-war activists and nationalists, the entire Coro City police force had to respond to this mass incident. In order to prevent the situation from deteriorating further, police drones were ordered to fire rubber bullets. In the end, even the firefighters were mobilized. They had to rely on fire trucks and water guns, which in the end barely kept the situation under control. After the police detained a number of leading instigators, most of the protesters finally dispersed. After Zhang Yaping reported the incident on the phone, Jiang Chen was not too bothered. He just instructed a few things about maintaining stability, then ended the call. He knew very well that before long, all dissatisfaction and protests would disappear with a victory. This war would witness the rise of a country and the decline of Old World hegemony. The people of Xi'an would hold him to the supreme throne. As for the people of the world, after the formation of the Earth Federation, history would understand his actions today. They actually thought we were planning to move to Monteria. Jiang Chen, who sat on the sofa in the living room, almost laughed out loud when he heard Ivan's report on the NATO coalition blowing up the highway from Tumaca to Monteria. After a short pause, he continued half-jokingly, "It seems that they have saved us a lot of trouble with their short-sightedness. Soon they would know how ridiculously wrong they were. How could it be possible that Celestial captured the port of Tumaca just to cut off the supply of the NATO coalition force?" Obviously, the officers of the Pentagon and the NATO coalition force only saw what was on the surface. In other words, from the beginning, they were afraid and unwilling to consider another possibility. Yes, indeed. Ivan's tone was also mixed with a hint of laughter. Then proceed as planned. Jiang Chen looked at the time on his watch and continued with a relaxed tone, our starship will arrive on the battlefield in 24 hours, and I will wait for the good news on TV. Roger. Ivan in the holographic screen gave a military salute and then ended the communication. You can still laugh. Sitting across from him with her arms folded, Natasha rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, and said with a tone of defeat, do you know that the UA has mobilized 5 aircraft carrier battle groups to the Western Pacific? Aircraft carrier battle groups, Xia Xiu frowned, then she looked at Jiang Chen, and wondered, is there going to be a war? The war Xia Xiu naturally referred to was a total war between celestial trade and the UA, rather than a regional war started by a third country. Did I forget to say it? Jiang Chen smiled and said softly, in fact, it started a long time ago. This war was destined not to be confined to Colombia from the very beginning. With the end to sugar cube diplomacy, the UA had already made up its mind to take the most dangerous and most suitable path for their identity. However, celestial trade would not allow that to happen, nor would there be a reason to back down at this time. Xia Xiu didn't have much interest in the war itself, let alone she already suspected that this day would happen. Therefore, she didn't say much more. After a moment of silence, she sighed helplessly. Forget it, as long as you're happy. Natasha glanced at Xia Xiu as if she had seen a ghost, then she burst out. Why are you not persuading this guy, do you know what he is doing? Xia Xiu smiled slightly and said nothing. Although she did not follow the war closely, as the CEO of Future Group with the highest authority, she was well aware of the secret weapons in Celestial Trade's possession. The deployment of the weather weapon was done through Future Heavy Industries, so she not worried about aircraft carrier battle groups at all. As for the nuclear strike, she was even less concerned. Have you heard? There is going to be a war. Didn't the war start a long time ago? It's not Colombia. I heard Celestial Trade attacked the Ford aircraft carrier battle group in the Caribbean, what the foo *k? Why are they, how long have you been off the grid? Anyway, I'm going to go back to Hua for a while and wait until the dust settles before coming back. If you plan to leave, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. I booked the ticket yesterday, foo *k. Damn, all the tickets for next week have been sold out. The man held his mobile phone and vented out with regret. In the past 2 days, similar conversations were common in Penglai. It seemed that no one was optimistic that Xian could win this war. The dictator finally caught himself in a mess after playing with fire. The Rainbow House's 72-hour ultimatum was obviously not a joke. The 5 aircraft carrier battle groups had already assembled in the Pacific and were mobilizing towards the Western Pacific. Perhaps the Rainbow House had secretly passed the document for launching a nuclear strike on the industrial facilities of Xian so that both Eng Island and Koro City would not escape the disaster. Celestial City, Earth Observation Center of the Space Department. In Xian's time, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening. All vacations were cancelled, and Celestial Trade was in the most critical moment. The staff sat nervously in front of the computer, their eyes kept staring at the satellite observing radar. Some people hadn't slept for 24 consecutive hours, and they were completely fueled on caffeine until now. At this moment, an exclamation broke the busy silence in the Earth Observation Center. It's launched! An observer, who was in charge of satellite number W14, stood up suddenly from his seat. He pointed his finger at the red dot on the radar screen. The coordinates are N29°04, W154°20, and the missile type is UGM-133A, Trident submarine-launched ballistic missile. A total of 12 have been launched. 2 hours ahead of the original 72 hours, the observer sitting nearby also observed the 12 missiles on the radar, and couldn't help but curse out. I knew those bastards wouldn't keep their promises. Launched from a nuclear submarine. Chi Yingze, the director of the observation center, walked quickly to the side of the W-14 satellite observation terminal. He looked at the radar with a frown, put down the coffee cup in his hand, then said, "Can you determine the type of nuclear submarine?" "It should be the UA Ohio-class nuclear submarine." The observer replied. "Report the coordinates of the submarine to the Celestial Navy immediately." Chi-Yingzat directly ordered, "Notify the Space Department headquarters and let them prepare for nuclear strikes." Roger. 10 minutes after the Trident missiles were observed, the air defense alarm sounded over Koro City. Police drones patrolling the streets repeated the same words through the intercoms. "Enemy airstrike will arrive in Koro City in 10 minutes. Please stay at home and do not leave your home." Celestial Trade promised to ensure the safety of all citizens' property from illegal forces, please. As early as 3 days ago, all cities in Xian, including Penglai, had implemented a curfew. The sudden air defense alarm did not cause a lot of panic because there were no tourists in Koro City, and all the citizens living there at this time were staying at home because of the curfew. It was rational for the citizens to panic, but when they saw their president still standing in front of the presidential palace and being interviewed by their media, the fear in their hearts was slightly dispelled. The thought that someone would bear all the consequences regardless of destruction or victory brought a sense of comfort. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 12 rays of light appeared in the sky. Some people screamed, some hid under the bed with hands around their head, some prayed with sobs, and some quietly took out a bottle of cold beer from the fridge and sat in the courtyard, as if they were waiting for celebratory fireworks, waiting quietly for the arrival of the final moment. Everyone was aware of what arrived. After all, what should have come did come. 2 Trident missiles arrived above Koro City, which even made the UA, who pressed the launch button, surprised by how smooth the journey was. Soon, the nuclear warheads mounted on the Trident missiles exploded, the light of the nuclear explosion dispersed the entire night, and engulfed the entire sky in the boundless mushroom cloud. The distant and faint roar shook the eardrums of everyone who was crawling under the mushroom cloud. Just when everyone thought their life was over, something that surprised everyone happened. The nuclear explosion did happen, and the mushroom cloud did rise, but the destructive shock wave did not arrive. Everyone was still alive as they watched the mushroom cloud disperse, and was slowly carried away by the passing sea breeze. It was like a miracle from God. God! Am I dreaming? Am I still alive? A middle-aged man, about 40 years old, got out of the bed and looked out the window in a daze. Tears gradually filled his eyes as he murmured, "I'm still alive, honey. We are still alive." A young man and woman hugged each other and passionately kissed each other. Finally, they rolled onto the bed and kicked away their shoes and clothes. Unbelievable, it's like a miracle. No, this is a miracle. The old priest sitting in the church repeatedly rubbed his fingers against the cross on his chest as he muttered frantically. "Long live Xin. Long live celestial trade. Fu *K nuclear weapons. Fu *K the Yankees. We are invincible." The drunk man stood on his balcony and shouted loudly. If it was any other day, his troublesome neighbor would definitely report him for disturbance, but today, that didn't happen. Because he yelled out the thought that was shared in everyone's hearts. If even nuclear weapons couldn't conquer them, what else could defeat them? This war, from this moment on, was already decided. Just 5 minutes after the nuclear strike hit Koro City, the Rainbow House held a press conference. In front of the media reporters across the UA and the world, the spokesperson of the Rainbow House used an apologetic tone to announce this regretful fact to the media. Just over an hour ago, we had launched 12 Trident missiles. Perhaps there was some malfunctioning to their radar system, our missiles were not intercepted. And just 5 minutes ago, the Rainbow House had asked the top military command about whether the nuclear missiles successfully hit the target, and the answer we received was yes. We express our concern and regret for the disaster the people of Xian are enduring. But we believe that a new homeland that has more freedom and equality, a new world free from the oppression of illegal enterprises, oligarchs, and puppet governments, will enable the Xin people to live in a better future, and we will shoulder the responsibility of a great country and help the people who have suffered to rebuild their homes. The damage assessment of nuclear weapons could not be confirmed for the time being. It was because all the military observation satellites in the UA were destroyed by the celestial trade missiles 3 days ago. The Trident missiles that were launched to Xin used pre-calculated launch parameters. Although there would be a certain amount of error, what would be the difference between an error of 1 or 2 kilometers for something like nuclear weapons? The UA's top military command was only aware that the nuclear missiles were launched, hit, or exploded, but it was enough. But was it really enough? A proactive businessman should have a loop-free contract, but also an invincible armor. Jiang Chen looked at the dome that shrouded the entire city and the mushroom cloud that gradually dispersed. From corners of his lips turned up, he seemed to be smiling, then he raised his wine glass to the sky outside. Cheers to our victory. The mushroom cloud slowly scattered above the holy shield. The air current generated by the weather weapon would gently carry the dust formed at an altitude of 20 kilometers above Koro City toward the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Radiation dust was an issue, but Xin did not have to deal with it. The weather weapon would return the nasty dust through the Pacific Rim monsoon back to the UA intact. As for the dust that remained, future heavy industries and future biology would clean it up. Of course, it would be the UA war reparations that paid for the cleanup costs. Natasha stood next to Jiang Chen with her neck extended. She stared at the curtain of light above the city, dumbfounded. What is that? That is a shield. After he put the wine glass down, Jiang Chen smiled, crossed his fingers over his knees, and said in a casual nonchalant tone, "The spear that can penetrate it does not exist in this world right now." The last time he came back from the apocalypse, he brought back 2 things. One thing was the weather weapon. As for the other thing, it was naturally the Holy Shield system. "I finally know why you are so calm now," Natasha muttered as she continued to stare at the sky in a daze. "Thank you for the compliment," Jiang Chen laughed. "By the way, I enjoyed the expression on your face. But how do you defend against an attack on the space elevator?" When Natasha saw the subtle but mischievous smile on Jiang Chen's face, she couldn't stop blushing when she recalled how she had persuaded Jiang Chen to go to Moscow a few days ago. She was not ready to admit defeat yet as she said, "Your space elevator is 36,000 kilometers long. How are you going to defend against NATO missile attacks?" 36,000 kilometers is indeed very long, but our laser air defense array is not weak either. Jiang Chen smiled and continued, "Think about it, if they plan to rely on numbers to break through our laser air defense array, what kind of missile do you think they will use?" Although he phrased it as a question, there was obviously only one answer. The UA top military command would certainly not choose an intercontinental missile with heavy combat components, because that missile would be an easy target for Celestial Trade's laser air defense array. If the goal was to rely on quantity to break through Celestial Trade's air defense, then the best choice would be the BGM-109C Tomahawk cruise missile, with moderate range, moderate power, and relatively moderate cost. Did you forget that the 5 aircraft carrier battle groups have arrived near the Mariana Islands? Natasha gave Jiang Chen a suspicious look. They are fully capable of launching hundreds of Tomahawks into your space elevator at the same time. Aircraft carrier battle groups. After he took the refilled wine glass from Aisha, he smiled nonchalantly. "If they still exist in this world, they can indeed do this." "Are you?" Natasha looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, and her mouth was wide open. "But, how is this possible? That's 5 aircraft carrier battle groups. Even if the Guardian-class frigate modified with electromagnetic pulse cannon was powerful enough, it would be an exaggeration to believe Celestial Trade Navy could match against 5 aircraft carrier battle groups. Not to mention, all the submarines of Celestial Trade were in the Caribbean at the moment. Even if there are more than 70 fishes in the Pacific Ocean, it'll take some time to fish them out, right? Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head, but for nature, it is not difficult to destroy 5 aircraft carrier battle groups at the same time. For nature. Natasha was taken aback for a moment and didn't understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's words immediately. There is only one advantage of using force to solve the problem. Jiang Chen ended the previous topic with a sentence with unclear meaning without further explaining. He used his finger to click on the holographic screen of his watch, pressed 2 buttons on the screen randomly, then turned it off. He continued to look at the still clear night sky with a smile, then he softly said, "That is to get an immediate response." Since it was Mr. Pence who first pressed the nuclear button. Then no matter what he did now, no one would consider his response to be excessive. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, launch. The 2 launch buttons were pressed down simultaneously. The blinding electric arc flickered for an instant, and a silver wire as thin as a toothpick separated from the small ship sailing around the synchronous orbit. It was so slender, so minuscule, and as light as a feather. Compared with the land under it and the universe behind it, it was so insignificant that everyone would ignore its existence. But at the moment it made contact with the atmosphere, the silver line began to shine, and instantly turned into a 100-meter-long fire dragon. Like a second sun rising from the horizon, it roared and screamed towards the land underneath. The scorching high temperature melted the ablation material on its surface. Even the strong and high-temperature resistant titanium alloy material started to deteriorate, and it gradually peeled back the tungsten rod. That tungsten rod. Under the action of the built-in gyroscope, it formed a straight line with the coordinate to be hit. Its speed was too fast. So fast that it only appeared on the radar of W State Air Force Base for a second. And when the people standing directly under it finally discovered the redundant sun, everything was already over. The fire touched the ground, and no echo was heard in space. A cross-shaped crack was permanently engraved on the blue planet, followed by a vortex-like collapse that turned the plane into a basin. The basin was then filled to form a hill. The flames of tens of thousands of degrees burned on the withered grass, and the raging shock wave swept through everything and turned everything into carbon, turned everything into ruins. The rolling shockwave swept across the earth and brought sand and dust over the town hundreds of kilometers away. The farmer sitting on the tractor slightly raised his head as if he was wondering what the light was just now. People ran from their home to the street, then looked at each other in shock. They thought there was an earthquake. However, it was not until half an hour later that they learned from the town's broadcast, Facebook, and Twitter on their phones, what happened to the W State Air Force Base less than 50 kilometers away from them, and other military bases in the UA that stocked strategic nuclear weapons. The button was pressed down countless times. Tungsten rod projectiles were fired from the cannon of the SS Expedition in a burst of dazzling white light. This weapon that was originally designed for the devil worm and the spitter had been used to slaughter the same kind. Fortunately, it was a war to end all wars. It would be the last time such a weapon was used on humans. Hopefully. Pacific Strategic Weapons Facility, Andrews Air Force Base, Warren Air Force Base, New Mexico Air Force Base, Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota Plant, Bucks Air Force Base, Ellsworth Air Force Base, Missouri Strategic Weapons Facility. For over a year, ghost agents, with the help of KGB agents, collected this list. All military facilities that stored or were suspected of storing nuclear weapons were included in the bombing range of the kinetic bombardment weapon. Whether this military base was located in the wilderness or in the downtown area of a small town, from the moment President Pence pressed the nuclear button, the assessment of civilian casualties had been removed from the assessment of orbital bombardment. In the center of the bridge of SS Expedition, reflected in his eyes was a sea of fire. The captain of Expedition stood below a holographic screen like a sculpture, with calmness and poise between his eyebrows. In front of him, there were images taken by the observation satellite Ariel. Each image corresponded to a military base, and each cluster of flame corresponded to a dead life. Of the 50 military bases included in the strike range, not all of them were stocked with nuclear warheads, but as long as they were stocked with nuclear warheads or other strategic weapons, most of them were baptized by a second bombardment. At this time, his deputy walked up to him and performed a clean salute. "The Celestial Marines are ready to depart." The captain nodded slowly, then raised his arm to look at his watch. A fierce look appeared in the eyes under the brim of the general's hat. He spoke. "7th and 8th Orbital Airborne Brigades, 9th Power Armor Brigades, all ground combat units enter the launch port. Coordinates, Capital, UA. Execute the airborne mission." Although there was a curfew in Koro City, the curfew did not exist on the internet. The first moment when the nuclear missile detonated, some people who were not afraid of death even put their hand out of the window and live-streamed the explosion with their phone. That is, a nuclear explosion. It has to be a drill, right? This is fake, I'm gone. I think it might be a holographic projection. Isn't that what future technology is best at? Maybe they have intercepted the nuclear missiles on the high seas long ago. I like the holographic projection theory. The streamer can go to sleep now. Like other residents of Koro City who had survived the disaster, the streamer who was live-streaming the sky above him was completely shocked. He had forgotten about the countless comments and gifts, and also forgot what he was doing at this moment. Until yesterday, he was still weeping and crying over the fact that he couldn't buy a plane ticket. Since he thought he was dead anyway, with the thought of becoming the first person to live-stream a nuclear explosion, he opened the live stream app, but he didn't expect to actually live. In any case, he was destined not to be the first person that live-streamed a nuclear explosion. When the nuclear explosion happened, he was not the only person that pointed their phone at the sky. There was also another YouTube streamer that did the same thing. All kinds of pictures and videos about the nuclear explosion in Koro City had rapidly gone viral on the internet. People clicked on them with suspicion, some had reposted them, some people scorned them. But regardless of what people thought, the dazzling cinematic effects alone made most people repost. Ironically, in these short 5 minutes, the Rainbow House spokesperson who held the press conference and the media reporters that were at the press conference became the last to learn of the news. Even if they knew, most of them wouldn't believe it. All 12 Tridents have hit the target. *T, this is too crazy. Mike Pence's shoulders were trembling with tension as he walked along the hallway of the Rainbow House. This is crazy. There were 2 reasons why he felt tension. One was excitement, the other was still excitement. One Trident missile was loaded with 8 100,000-ton W-76 nuclear warheads, maximum 14. Originally, in their plan, they would be thankful if 2 or 3 nuclear warheads could successfully hit the mainland of Xian. No one expected that all 12 Trident missiles to hit the target. The 96 nuclear warheads were enough to blow up the industrial facilities of celestial trade into complete residues. It was foreseeable that Xian had turned into purgatory on Earth. Perhaps human rights organizations, environmental protection organizations, and other UN member states or even their allies would condemn him and cause issues. He would get headaches over this for the next 4 years in the office, or he could even face impeachment from the left. But he was not afraid. As his military advisor said, the UA would become the most powerful country in the world by absorbing the technology of celestial trade, and as a gambler who brought the country to victory in this war, he was well deserved to be named as the greatest president in this century. He turned the tide and pressed the nuclear button that tore up the paper tiger known as celestial trade. His assistant trotted after Mike Pence, and after he caught up, he reported, "Mr. President, John Corning is looking for you. He is in your office now. Let him wait for me there. I need to go to Congress to solve the problem of refugee resettlement in the Xian war now," Mike Pence said. "There is nothing more important than this. We must let those who are eager to move to keep cool." But he seems to be worried. The assistant hesitated. Mike Pence stopped, stared at his assistant, and said unmovingly, "I said, let him wait." The assistant looked at the president in a daze, then nodded after a long time. Okay, then go now." After he got rid of the assistant, Mike Pence straightened his collar and continued to head out. Okay, he admitted that he had gloated. But he thought it was necessary. As the leader that would lead this country back to the pinnacle of hegemony, he had to let the FBA director who was promoted by the former president and the Wall Street capitalists understand who ran the show here. It was a necessary show of force against Wall Street. Otherwise, if he allowed them to continue to point fingers at him, it would be difficult to carry out his work in the future as the president. Mike Pence continued to walk forward. As he walked, he thought about if he should find an opportunity to replace John Cornyn from the position of FBA director. He could not sleep well at night if he allowed a chess piece to be in a position of such importance. He could potentially try to draw the CIB closer, and then the deputy director of the FBA. At this moment, the entire Rainbow House shook violently, and the chandelier in the dome swung wildly from side to side. If it weren't for the female intern of the mailroom that stepped forward in a hurry to help him, he would have fallen. Thank you, damn it, is it an earthquake? Mike Pence stood up awkwardly and glanced out the window in anger. However, as soon as he looked outside, his eyes were quickly glued to the window, and he froze in place. What is that? Beep. The highway was congested to a standstill, and the car horns beeped one after another. People who thought there was an earthquake fled from the building to the street in a panic, which seriously congested the traffic in the capital. After he pushed open the car door, a man in a suit and tie stepped out of the car into the standstill traffic, and with his right hand holding the car door, he looked into the sky with a frown. What is that? Not far away, a big hole broke through the clouds. It seemed like the cloud was being penetrated by something. Vaguely, he recalled that at the moment of the earthquake, he seemed to see a flash of light. And now, a heavy gust of wind that carried an immense amount of dust blew by and swept in from the street directly in front of him. Like everyone else on the street, the man subconsciously raised his arms, covered his eyes and nose, and hid behind the car door. When he put down his raised arm, haggard by the gust of wind, he looked back into the air again. He was petrified. One word was made out from his trembling lips. *T, H-U-U-U-U-U. Along with the coarse roar, rows of burning dragons seemed to burn and tear the entire sky apart. From the distance, the lava falling down seemed like an oil painting in a frame, like the doomsday scroll depicted in the book of Revelation. The horseshoes of the four horsemen of the apocalypse trample on, earthquake, disaster and plague come into the world. The angel blew the trumpet and dropped down the burning blood and lotus. Finally, someone screamed. Stop it. Before everything ended, it was naturally impossible to stop. A series of meteors that pierced the sky fell to the ground, followed by loud bangs that shook the earth. The hit building collapsed with cement and steel bars exposed, the trampled car was turned into scrap metals, the street lamp was snapped in half, and the flat highway was filled with cobweb-like cracks. Vehicles were overturned, and amidst the billowing dust, what stood up were the power armors that radiated a dark blue arc behind its back. The thick steel arm and the black hole muzzle exuded a chill, deadly vibe. Behind them, there were many airdrop cabins, staggered apart. The door of the airdrop cabins opened, and fighters in kinetic skeletons ran out with rifles in their hands. Then they gathered in formation. Next to them, a group of drones swarmed out of the drone hive and assembled in the air into a dense attack formation. The preparations for war were ready. They were only waiting for one command. The power armor in the front stepped forward and fired a warning shot into the air. As he looked at the crowd screaming and fleeing, he raised his arm and fired a flare for assemble. This is Beast 1, the coordinates are on the south bank of the Arlington Memorial Bridge. We have successfully landed.